Good morning. Good morning. This is JahLogic, and you're watching the Morning Rant. And with me, I got my co-host, Schoolboy. What's up with you, Schoolboy? Your mic is on Teddy Riley.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, man. First and foremost, I want to tell everybody thank you for coming back despite us not being here yesterday. That was definitely on me. It wasn't 100%. And maybe when there's a little bit more people watching, I'll say what actually happened with me. But I'm good. I'm in good spirits. I'm healthy, and all is well. But yesterday definitely was not in the best shape to be ranting in the morning. So once again, this is the Morning Rant, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in. With me, we have two special co-hosts. It will be their first time co-hosting on the Morning Rant, and I'm going to introduce them individually. First up, we have our co-host from our first international co-host, rather, from Montreal, Kay. Kay, how you doing? How you doing this morning?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
All is well. Thanks for joining us. I'm a big fan of your work. I love the podcast.
Thank you.
And even the new stuff you do on IG. You know what I mean? So I'm really happy you decided to join us this morning and bring your talent this week.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure. And last but not least, you've seen in the chat. She's been correcting us a lot lately. You know what I mean? That seems to be her style. She's a real corrective type of style to her when she leaves comments. You know what I mean? But we spoke behind the scenes, and she has a good spirit, good heart. You know what I mean? And I think she'll be a great voice on the show, as I said in previous shows. And so we invited her up to speak her piece. And her name is MsRavioli. So introducing for the first time on the Ranters Union or the iRant Network, MsRavioli. Good morning, MsRavioli. Your mic is also on Teddy Riley right now.
There you go. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I am trying to get better as the moments pass by. How are you?
Okay.
Or how is everyone?
I'm well. I'm well. I think everybody else has their mics on mute so that they don't, disrupt the audio of the show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
So, let's really brief, and I'll start with you, MsRavioli, because you're the last one that came up, and we're talking to you now. How did you get into media production and ranting online? What got you into ranting online and podcasting and vlogging and all that?
Well, I would say observing the cracks and faults within the system as it relates to domestic violence, child sexual abuse, and toxic relationships, and inadequacies within the judicial system, the educational system, the medical profession, and other entities.
Okay, copy that. So, you want to tell the audience how you heard about us at the Morning Rant?
Well, I watched the Star Report, and that's how I heard about Schoolboy, and then I subscribed to the Rant, the Ranters Union,
Nice.
to see
That's
what
what's
that
up.
was all about.
That's what's up. So, Schoolboy, that's also your Spellman sister, apparently.
Get out of here. I knew you looked familiar for some reason.
I don't know. I don't know if you've seen it there, but maybe you did.
Do I look familiar?
You actually do, yeah. Maybe it's because I watched your videos before, but yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, Kay, what about you? You want to tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into podcasting thing?
Um, well, I guess I always kind of wanted to do radio or something related to media. And so I'm from France. For people that don't know, I'm from Paris. I moved to Montreal 5 years ago. And so when I moved, I was trying to find something, a way for me to talk, because I like talking, and I like to talk about topics that are a bit controversial sometimes, or also being able to give a voice to some people to tell their story, um, especially the young Black women. So that's something that I was trying to do in my podcast. So I just kind of started doing it with some friends, interviewing friends, and then I met some other people in the city doing podcasts. And yeah, it kind of grew bigger. Also doing a radio show on Friday mornings. So that's how I got into it, pretty much.
Plug your podcast. Plug your podcast
So
in.
my podcast is the K and Them podcast. It's available pretty much everywhere, and the radio show is the Morning Detour. So for international audiences, it's going to be online at ckut.ca, and it's pretty much a what people would call, I guess, an urban morning show. I don't know if we're still using the word urban though, but yeah.
I think people still use it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what's up. Once again, thank you. I love the things you do on. I discovered you on IG, and
Yeah.
you do a live that I don't think you announced the name of the show yet, but you do.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, but you do a frequent live with Nikki, and you guys are hilarious. I
Thank
spread
you.
I spread your show around. You know what I mean. The people who watched it, they all loved it. So look forward to look forward to working with you and hopefully Nikki in the future as well. You know.
Mhm.
So before we get into the subtext of what I want to speak about today, I'm going to just throw a couple stories out there. Nothing too major as far as feedback is concerned, but still, we like to pose all of the stories to our panelists and get everybody's feedback. That's usually what we do here. We basically read the morning paper together, go through news, talk about current and current-ish issues and or topics, and we have everybody come up with their own conclusion. So this first story is basically something I'm happy to hear about. It comes to us from Yale News. It says quick and affordable saliva-based COVID-19 test developed by Yale scientists receives the FDA emergency use authorization. So basically, they're green lighting this to come out sooner than later. And the article goes on to tell us a saliva-based laboratory diagnostics test developed by researchers at the Yale School of Public Health to determine whether someone is infected with the novel coronavirus has been granted an emergency use authorization by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The method, called Saliva Direct, is being further validated as a test for individuals through a program that tests players and staff from the National Basketball Association, NBA. Saliva Direct is simpler, less expensive, and less invasive than the traditional method for such testing. Basically, the other testing they have now, you should know, is a big, long Q-tip that they stick in your nose. You know what I mean? So, which can't be comfortable. Um, so they're going to say, with the FDA's emergency use authorization, the testing method is immediately available to other diagnostic laboratories that want to start using the new test, which can be scaled up quickly for use across the nation and perhaps beyond. So I'm not going to read the rest of this, but I don't know about y'all, but I'm personally excited to hear that. You know what I mean? Because I don't really want to be around people like that right now. And if I have to be, and I like to plan events. It will be good to have a cheap, affordable test in the home where I could just say, here, go test yourself before you know expose yourself to the people in this house. I mean, what about you, Schoolboy? What's your thoughts?
Absolutely. I actually heard of the saliva test for the first time on the Ranters Union Network. I believe it was J Doug's show. I think somebody was there was talking about getting tested, and they had used the saliva test, and everybody was like, "What?" Like nobody even knew that was. So I guess they were kind of piloting it out there in New York. But I'd much rather a faster method. You know, besides throwing a Q-tip all the way into the back of my throat. Nothing about that seems interesting or like something I want to do. You know,
Right, right, right.
so,
Okay,
definitely.
I just yeah, I'm glad to see that because that was one of the things, one of the reasons why some people didn't want to get tested is because they were afraid of the test because they make it look very graphic when you show the picture of the original test. So I
right.
think that this will maybe encourage other people, all the other people that didn't get tested yet, to probably go out there and get the test done.
Yeah, my thing is I just hope is accurate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mr. Ravioli, what's your thoughts on the saliva test?
Okay, so I don't understand why anyone is interested in testing for COVID-19. I believe they should be testing for the antibodies. I can't um I don't know how to answer it without it flagging anything, but I don't see the importance of testing for COVID-19 to see if you have it or not. Because if you have it and you get sick, you will go to the doctor. Why do you need to know that you have something if it is not going to make you sick? And the saliva test, actually, I heard about it from my uncle. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. I am not from the projects like you stated earlier. However,
Wait, wait,
he
wait,
told
wait,
me
wait,
that.
wait, wait. Stop right there. You said I stated you was from the projects.
In an earlier episode. I just don't want people that may listen to think that I said that I was from the projects. I did speak
Oh,
about
okay,
the projects, but I did not grow up in the projects.
okay, okay.
But the
Can't be
um
ashamed of that Section 8, man. Don't worry about
I'm
that.
not there's no shame. I just don't want people saying like she is not from she didn't grow up in the projects because I did not. Um at any rate, the Offutt Air Force Base is there, and they have they had COVID-19 patients there early on. I learned about that before that hit mainstream media because I have people that I know that work at the airport. And I just believe everybody should be tested for the antibodies to see if you have already fought off the disease.
Okay. Well, I mean, every point of view is welcome here. However, I'm going to say, what about in a situation like I mentioned where you got social gatherings, family gatherings, or even work for that matter, to stop it from being spread, stop the spread. You know what I mean? So, what if people can actually have a quick, safe, cheap option to see if someone has it so that they don't come around healthy people and spread it, so we can like have work in peace without mask on our face, or have a family event in peace where we can actually hug each other without being worried about things like that. How you feel about that?
Well, one, I believe that healthy people and um, people striving towards building their immune systems or boosting their immune systems have a better chance of not getting extremely sick. That's just my personal belief. And I still hug people because you could get tested. Everybody can get tested. All four of us can get tested right now, and we could be negative right after the test is performed. However, an hour later, someone's test could come up positive, or a day later. So, what is the point of testing? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand the point of testing for that. But
Okay.
testing to see if you've already fought it off is something I believe that should be the primary focus at
I,
this point.
All right, fair enough. We got a comment from Jay on Facebook. He says, "Nah, that Q-tip going in the nose, it'll bring tears to your eyes for real." And Steezy is laughing at schoolboys being proud of saying be proud of Section 8. Speaking of health, I just want to put this out there really quick before we move on with the show. I don't know if you guys remember Dr. Dre, not to be confused with the West Coast Dr. Dre, but Dr. Dre from Yo MTV Raps. He used to do a morning show with Ed Lover. I believe it was on Hot 97. They also had a show on MTV Raps. I mean, on MTV called MTV Raps. He is launching a GoFundMe, which I had put in the description of this episode. You should see a description. And if it's not there, actually, I will update it and put it there. Actually, it's not there. I'll update it. But he launched a GoFundMe because he actually, I believe, lost a leg to diabetes. So I'm going to read the, or is losing one. I'm going to read the actual information. It comes to us from DJ Vlad TV. It says, late last year, hip-hop pioneer Dr. Dre revealed he suffered vision loss due to his battle with type 2 diabetes. It seemed his health has taken a turn for the worse, as his right leg was amputated up to his knee following an accident this past June. The former Yo MTV Raps co-host team recently launched a GoFundMe campaign to assist with Dr. Dre's post-operation care. Dre's condition has taken a turn for the worse. And it goes on to say, read the GoFundMe description. So once again, I'll put the description, the GoFundMe in the description once the show is over. Once it starts, it doesn't let me, edit it. However, he's nowhere near close to his goal. So if you grew up on hip hop like me, you know what I mean, and you have any empathy for this man like I do, I will be donating. Hopefully some of you will be donating as well. Schoolboy, did you ever watch Yo MTV Raps or listen to Ed Lover and Dr. Dre in the morning?
Yeah, I actually listened to Ed Lover and Dr. Dre. When I was a kid, I didn't really know the difference between the West Coast and East Coast Dr. Dre. But I think Ed Lover was the guy. He would say something like, "Are you serious?" Is that the guy who was doing the whole
the "Come On, Son"?
Come on, son. Yeah, that joint. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, man, I used to listen to that show. I didn't really get in with Yo MTV Raps. I don't think I had cable like that. I wasn't really a TV watcher back when that show was out.
Right. All right. Well, the next few topics they're gonna kind of piggyback off of each other, and you'll see why. So basically, I'm gonna talk about a few scenarios where people had to, let's say, wash their mouth or they got G checked for something they said, and it's based on the PC politically correct culture. And I have my thoughts on the PC culture. I'm definitely interested in hearing what other people have to say about the PC culture. But before I move on to that, do any of you ladies have anything nice to say about Dr. Dre? Sok.Kay, were you familiar with Dr. Dre in France? Like,
Not at all. I actually Googled it real quick. Apparently the program it was on was actually aired on MTV Europe, but I didn't have MTV at my house, and also stopped in the mid-90s, so I was definitely not watching for sure.
A little too young for that. A little too young for that, right?
Yeah.
That's cool. MsRavioli, what about you?
I did not grow up with cable TV in the home.
Right. And he wasn't from New York, so that'd be the other thing. Because they were on the radio in New York, so they're pretty big in New York. Yeah. But check this out. Speaking of like PC culture, cancel culture, this is kind of where I want the conversation to go. But before we go deep into PC culture, I want to give a few examples of, where the culture either canceled or corrected somebody. And this first example is pretty crazy. This comes to us from CNN, and I will actually play the video of the incident and the guy talking about it. But before I do that, I'm just going to read some of it. So CNN says, a Harlem Globetrotter, the basketball team, speaks out after a banana thrown at him on live TV by news broadcasters. So I'm going to say that again. Harlem Globetrotter speaks out after banana thrown at him on live TV by the news broadcasters. A member of the Harlem Globetrotters is speaking out on racial insensitivities, after two white Alabama news broadcasters threw fruit, including a banana, at him on live television. Maxwell Pierce, 24, known as Hoops Pierce, on the legendary basketball team, on Sunday released a clip of the incident, which took place in January on Good Day, Alabama. Go figure. For WBRC, Fox 6 News in Birmingham, Alabama, which they are a CNN affiliate. So I guess that's why CNN is reporting on it, trying to clear their name or indemnify themselves from the situation. Pierce told CNN on Tuesday that he was on the show promoting Globetrotters basketball game taking place at Samford University and was demonstrating some of the team's basketball tricks, which also seen in the video of the segment posted on the news station's website. In the video, Pierce can be seen standing in a circle with the anchor and the weather forecaster imitating the team's magic circle and ball handling moves while prepping to toss the ball to Pierce. The weather forecaster throws a tangerine instead and says, "You weren't expecting that, huh?" And then kind of after that, he basically he gave the man the fruit back. He wasn't feeling that joke. And then after that is when he starts to throw bananas. So when he throws a banana. So I'm going to play the clip of this man talking about it. Off top, it sounds pretty crazy. Looks like they kind of led him on like with the fruit in the first place before they threw the banana, but we all know the context to that. You know what I mean? And Schoolboy, what's your thoughts off top?
I mean, this shit sounds crazy, bro. They're at a basketball game. They're throwing fruit around.
No, not even. They were in the news station. He was actually promoting the game.
They were in the news station having a food fight with fruit.
Right. Well, not even a food fight. I'm gonna play him talk about it, and he shows the clip. So let me just do that, and then we'll
off top. This sounds hilarious, by the way. I mean, unfortunately, it's not funny, but it is. Like, somebody threw a banana at me in the studio, bro. I would definitely be moving some furniture, bro.
All right, see, we're gonna talk about it. So here it is. Here's the man talking about it.
5 months, I debated on whether or not I should publicly share this story. And I was torn because half of me was concerned about jeopardizing my job, while the other half wanted to call out an unfortunate experience. And I hope that by sharing this story, it can inspire people to voice their experiences of racism and discrimination with the ultimate goal of eradicating this behavior from our society. At the beginning of the year, I appeared as a Globetrotter on Good Day, Alabama, which is a Fox affiliate in Birmingham. And towards the end of the segment, while showing a few tricks, 2 anchors, Mickey Ferguson and Claire Huddleston, started throwing fruit at me in lieu of a basketball. In the span of 36 seconds, 2 tangerines and ultimately a banana were thrown at me on live television.
Did you see that part?
Throwing fruit at me diminishes the Naismith Hall of Fame legacy of the Harlem Globetrotters.
Did you see that part, Schoolboy? The mic is on mute.
Man, I saw it, and I kind of feel him, but at the same time, bro, you're a Harlem Globetrotter. Like, they supposed to be able to throw anything at you. You're supposed to be able to juggle it into the act. You know what I mean?
No, that wasn't the act. The act was supposed to be a magic show.
I mean,
he's a basketball player. He's not a clown.
So here's my thing, right? I'm sure it's part of it is muscle memory, but why would you catch it? Like, why don't you just let it hit the ground? You over here catching the fruit and smiling. It's gonna be hard after the fact to be like, I don't like the fact that they threw fruit at me when you was catching it and giggling and laughing and shit. Like, bruh, you gotta take that stance then. Now you're coming at us looking all somber. I mean, I feel him, but I would have let that. I would have been like, who the hell is throwing fruit? You know what I'm saying? Like, why you guys throwing fruit at me?
All right, I'm gonna let him talk just a little bit longer before we get even into it more. But you raised some good points. I'm gonna let him say a few more things. Cause I think they address him taking too long to talk about it and shit like that. So
that of a circus, but throwing a banana at a black man and passing the fame legacy of the Harlem Globetrotters to that of a circus. But throwing a banana at a black man and passing it off as entertainment displays an unacceptable lack of awareness. And quite frankly, I'm having a very difficult time understanding how someone could work in the media field and not know that this is offensive. Let's remember that in the year 1963, Birmingham was the city where 4 young black girls died in a church bombing by the KKK. And in that same year, Martin Luther King Jr. was jailed for leading a peaceful march of black protesters. Whether the disrespect was intentional or not, it doesn't lessen the damage that was caused. This carries deep racial undertones that date back to the early 1900s when black people were held on display in human zoos. And this is a prime example of how the effects of 400 years of oppression have impacted this country. This is symbolic of the daily microaggressions that black people deal with, and I'm not going to be silent about it anymore. Back in February, Fox 6 proposed that I should call them to receive an apology. And rather than appearing combative and ruffling the feathers with my job, I stood down, knowing that I wasn't satisfied. And with all the shame and disappointment in myself for not saying anything sooner, I have to own that. But with the senseless murders of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, it is impossible for black people not to have their own racial PTSD emotionally triggered. And the more that you think about these experiences, the more you think about why they happened in the first place and if they were truly resolved. The constant battle of compromising your integrity, weighing the pros and cons of whether you should call out a racist act is extremely taxing. After several weeks of going back and forth, I was finally able to have an interview with Fox, which made me feel like we were in a good place. But then when the interview aired, Fox omitted all of the historical information that I explained as to why this act is so offensive. And this is another example of how history has been carefully presented to favor and save face of the oppressor. The most relevant part omitted is the story of Ota Benga, who was an African man who was kidnapped and put on display at the Bronx Zoo. He was caged in the monkey house and then tortured, spit on, and had bananas thrown at him while over 250,000 people came to visit him at that time. If you take nothing else from this video, please understand the value in speaking when necessary to right a wrong. Meaningful dialogue with other cultures comes with the discomfort in confronting these realities, but it gives us the ability to understand what other people experience and allows us to become aware of the racial blind spots that we all have. And yes, I understand that speaking out potentially makes me a target, but staying silent undermines the fight for racial justice and chooses the side of the oppressor. With all the work that we have left, it is important to keep love, kindness,
all right. So he didn't really address why he didn't speak about it right away, but he raised a lot of good points, especially about the man that they put in the Bronx Zoo and threw bananas at. We basically heard majority of the whole story and his reaction to it. Schoolboy gave your feedback already, and I'm gonna invite you to give feedback again. But I want to go to Kay and then MsRavioli. What's your thoughts on the Harlem Globetrotter who went to the news in Alabama, the news station, just to get bananas thrown at him within his basketball act?
Yeah, I think I would have just let the fruit just pass me, and I would have been like, why are you throwing fruit at me? And not because he just caught it, and it was just like, why would you? But I guess, like you said, Schoolboy's muscle memory. Yes, he's not a clown, so that was giving very clownish, like, vibes, as in, oh, entertainers, can you catch this? Can you catch this? But at the same time, I think coming forward with it, like, how many months later, is just like, okay. Especially the video is very dramatic, the way it is filmed, the one shot of him telling the story, and it's just like, I get that it wasn't the best experience but I'm just looking at it and I'm like, I get it, it's not right, yes, there's racial connotations behind it, but at the same time, it's like, well, you took 5 months to talk about somebody throwing a banana at you, whereas you could have literally just said it on the spot, like, why are you throwing a banana at me? So I guess that's the choice people make.
Right.
But I know for sure the banana would have just been like, I would have just looked at it and be like, why are you throwing something at me? Because I don't care about losing a job or whatever. I don't think you would lose your job just because somebody threw a fruit at you and you were like, what's happening?
No, I doubt it.
Exactly.
Yeah. MsRavioli?
Okay. Okay, so first I see parallels with him being a victim and victims in other situations. So in the world of sports, because I coached tennis for a period of time, um, that banana throwing thing is very common and it is racially rooted, and I believe there would be a lot more African American males that I believe we would see a lot more African American males in the field of tennis if things like that did not happen. I commend this young man. I don't recall his name, but I commend him for speaking up because all tennis is not public, and elevating to that level to get to Grand Slams, you go through a series of um, tournaments. A lot of them are held in private um, country clubs, and the things that go on during those tennis matches is a lot like what he just said. So because I have that knowledge there, I can definitely see how he feels because I don't know what else has happened in that world of the Harlem Globetrotters that he's experienced and that others have experienced that no one has spoken about. And I, for the life of me, cannot um, I can't explain, I can't get into the head of
Mm-hmm.
young African American males
Right.
because I'm not a male. And I have yet to find a male that can get a young African American male to block out the racial slurs that are called out during
Mm-hmm.
the match and all of those other
Okay.
antics. I don't know how that mind works because something in the young males it that something that's happening causes them to like to snap. Do you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Am
this
I making
man did snap. He held that for 5 months. He held that. But I'm gonna bring two more of our every well regulars. I'm gonna bring two more of our regular co-hosts on and let them chime in before I give my full feedback and move on to the next subject. And remind you, if you're just coming in, the next few stories are all going to connect because they have a similar subtext of either something being really disrespectful and or PC culture, politically correct culture. So I want to bring on Steph, you know what I mean? You guys know Steph. He's on the roll right now chasing that bag. But he's tuned in. Steph, you want to put your phone horizontal so we can get that wide shot, bro?
That's what she
Thank
said.
thank you. And
Clean up that house, boy.
oh no, he's on the
Nah,
road.
nah, I'm home. I'm home. I got to handle some business. I'm back home.
You went back home already?
Yeah, I had to.
Oh, all right. Cool. Copy. All
Hope
right.
you're not going too far around the country. You know, you coming down there from that COVID hotspot, man,
Tennessee?
in Florida.
I ain't no hot spot, man. Get out of here.
All right. So
What?
and we have Vanessa Smiles, Vee Smilez. What's up with you? Your mic is on Teddy Riley.
Good morning,
Here she
people.
goes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. So were you two in the loop? Did you follow the last story we just spoke of?
Yeah, I had it on speaker. I just want to say, great catch. Like, I
I know, like you out here catching bananas and tangerines and shit. Now you mad?
Like,
Dang
and
it, I caught the fruit.
exactly. And I bet people in the audience was like, wow, he's really good. Like, you know, I just think that it's really crazy. Like, you got serious situations out here with racial profiling, people getting murdered and stuff like that. And to tie in, all of the people who's been killed in these big stories into you just having fruit thrown at you, I feel like it's sometimes like in some kind of way it kind of throws dirt on these people's graves in a little way, because your situation was not that severe and those people don't have their lives. You're able to still be here. So I mean, like, it is difficult, like MsRavioli said, for Black men to turn their head away. But I guess in certain situations you have to take the higher road when things could always be worse.
I mean, I do think they all relate, but at the same time, when he was talking about some of these things, there was a little part of me that was like, well, they're dead. You just didn't speak up right away. You know what I mean? Because he could have. I mean, in his defense, he gave the tangerine right back, but then they kept on. He threw another tangerine. Then, like he said, ultimately came the banana, because it really was something that they was just trying to ease in on him, so they can act like, oh, it was just fruit. But really, they knew they wanted to throw that banana at that man. But I think it all ties in. I do. I think it all ties in. But Steph, what's your take on it?
Nah, man. This is just typical white people. I'm not. I don't think it's a situation where you feel like, oh man, I'm so traumatized, I can't speak on it for months. I think that's a bit dramatic. However, I do want to salute the brother for taking his time out to strategize how you gonna get a bag out of this. Okay, every racial experience should be followed with a bag. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Me personally, I definitely think they did it intentionally. I think they was nothing short of racist. I think they thought they was gonna have a kick out of it. And as far as him taking a while to come out about it, I feel like it was one of those things where you don't talk about something right away when it happens. Because Kay spoke of like letting the fruit fall, right? And that would be most of us our go-to reactions if we were being that sharp or if we was in a moment. But sometimes, in his defense, there's times where you're not as sharp, right? I mean, there's even times where we do a show and we talk about something that I'm passionate about, and I never even get out my true point. And then I'll listen to the show later and say, damn, I should have said this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think we all have those moments where we could have been like, damn, I should have said this, I should have did that, but instead I tried to be cool and instead I end up embarrassing myself. You know what I mean? So I definitely think it was a mixture of strategy and him just not coming out right away and thinking he is too late. You know what I'm saying? He probably thought it was too late, but then he also probably spoke about it to all his friends. It probably was one of them situations where you speak about it to your friends and they're like, yo, you let them do what?
Yeah.
That had been me. You know what I mean? And then he just was like, nah, I got to say something. But I'm going to get to the comments. Some people are talking about it in the comments, so we're going to see what they're saying. Pressure says the other fruit was a lead up to the banana. I agree. Let me see. Horace Mace says people in the South are still doing that racist shit. And let me see. Pressure says, "Schoolboy, chill, bro." I guess when you were making it a joke. Horace Basis says reflexes were on point. His reflexes was on point. You know what I mean? But that's his job. Pressure also says we understand you can't/won't talk foul of these issues due to you having certain allegiances. Rather, you'll minimize and make light of them. I don't know if he's talking to the guy himself or a Schoolboy. I don't know if that's a shot at Schoolboy. But yeah, so Keenan Khan says he killed himself. I think he's talking about Mr. Binga, Odama Binga. I might be saying his name wrong, but the African man that they put in the zoo and threw bananas at and had him on display because they believe that Africans were subhuman. That was the belief of the European, and probably some of them still believe that. Pressure said, but women can accuse sexual assaults at varying degrees decades later. Question mark. Does anybody want to answer that?
Like, why? Why would you even put women and sexual assault in that conversation? That has nothing to do with it. Somebody throwing a fruit at you and being sexually assaulted is definitely not the same degree of of gravity. So I just don't get it. But that's
So
just me.
basically, you're saying it's not the same level of trauma, like being traumatized.
I'm saying you can still be traumatized by something. Everybody can be traumatized by different things, but I'm just saying being sexually assaulted and having a fruit thrown at you on live TV is completely two different things, in my opinion.
Anybody else have anything to say to that comment?
Well, I was just gonna say trauma is trauma, and sometimes even certain people who do get sexually assaulted, they sometimes never say anything. So I mean, I feel like it's really based on the individual and how they perceive it. And sometimes a woman can wait 30 years to say someone touched her and people could think it's irrelevant, and this guy feels like he can wait a couple of months before he can come out and tell a story. Yes, the levels are absolutely not the same as far as intensity goes, but I do think it's still up to the individual, you know, decide when they're going to come out, but they can't determine how that's going to be received by other people.
Right. Anybody else have anything to say about that before I go to the next comment? All right. So let me see what's next. Internet says good morning. Good morning, Internet. Hope to see you soon up here. Precious says respect to MsRavioli. So I guess he liked something you said. Horace Bay says that man should get justice. Laurel says what's up. Says what's good with you, Laurel. Redemption Song says salute to you, Redemption. Precious said snapping is due to knowing the Malcolm X type and the Martin Luther King type. Both approaches ended in death. Robert Seabrook says good morning to you, good brother. Pressure also says why would hold on. There you go. Precious says why would and whenever has a victim had to think or be told take the high road. I think is a little typo on that, but he's saying why would the victim have to take the high road? Uncle Murder Voice. Whoa. Does anybody want to answer that? Why would the victim take the high road? Why should they take the high road? I think it was a statement or a response.
Well, yeah.
Yo, one of the go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that one of the things that that got me. So, you know, I spent some time in the South, and they're still playing with him because first of all, they wouldn't respond, and then when they finally did respond, they bring out, like, you know, the news is all about optics. They bring out like basically a white red-haired Aunt Jemima to have this conversation with him, and I think that they're just extending the insult. Like he went to them saying, "Hey, you guys should correct what you've done to me," and they were like, "All right, cool. Here goes another banana." Like, yo, you can't go back to them expecting them to correct this thing when they did it in the first place, and they saw no problem with it. They knew that when they was throwing fruit at him, that wasn't part of why he was there to have fruit thrown at him. But they you know, really sophisticated racists will always make you think or make you feel like their racism is a game, so they can always go back and say, "Oh, yeah, I was just joking."
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, that's why I like playing contact sports when I was in high school, because you could always choke somebody if you just felt like they were going too far. It's true, man.
Now, I was just gonna say, in regard to taking the high road, sometimes taking the high road is extremely important because that could be the very thing that saved your life. So sometimes it's absolutely necessary to take situations.
Okay,
Now,
fair stuff.
I was about to say, that's a very good point, Vanessa. But you shouldn't have to, right? Like it's like we're asking victims to be graceful. You see what I'm saying? And I just think that's unrealistic at times. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Kay, high road or no?
I don't know, actually.
Case by case.
Yeah. Depends on the situation.
I feel you. MsRavioli, high road or no? You taking the high road? They throw a banana at you. Where you going with this? What would you do?
Personally, I would not take the high road. No.
Thank you.
All
Take
right.
the high road for what? Yo, I'm did I tell you about the story about the beer? Did I ever tell you about how I started throwing beer around the
Oh
store?
yeah. We spoke about that.
Yeah, like that's me taking the high road. Like, I didn't hit nobody with the beer, but y'all gonna clean this shit up after I'm gone. Like, I'm gonna be petty, man.
All right.
Yeah, we throwing shit around. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start just throwing the basketball around. Oh, I hit a camera. My bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we gonna all feel uncomfortable for a little bit.
All right. So there you go, Pressure. I don't think nobody's saying you should take the high road. But if you do, when there's no judgment here from me, but if you don't, no judgment as well. And that's the other thing. You can't really tell someone how to respond. So that's the dangerous thing about what they did, right? You can't tell somebody how to respond to something. So if he would have turned up and broke all types of cameras in there and punched one of them old dudes in the face and all that, well, that'd have been his right. You know what I mean? So there's that. So
Where dog from?
I don't know where he's from, but he was in Alabama when it happened.
Oh shit. I'm turning up.
So Horace Bay said, I would throw the banana at the white bitch and the basketball and tell him to dance, pale monkey. Yeah, so it is that. Mills Lane says, good morning, ranters in chat. Salute, Mills Lane. Good to see you. And we have some people laughing. And of course, Precious says again, salute to MsRavioli. So MsRavioli's getting a lot of love in the check. And see, she's working out up here. That's what's up. So speaking of the news and racial undertones and subtext, we're going to go to another situation that happened in regards of a news anchor. This comes to us from Vlad TV. The Charlotte Hornets suspend radio broadcast, for using N-word in tweet. So they say, according to reports, the Charlotte Hornets suspended radio broadcaster John Falk after he posted a tweet that used the N-word. Falk, his name is literally Falk. It's F-O-C-K, Falk. Falk was reportedly tweeting about the Denver Nuggets game where they faced off against the Utah Jazz and beat them in overtime. In the tweet, in place of Nuggets name, Falk had the N-word posted in the tweet, which he claims was a horrific error. They quote him saying it was a horrific error. Falk said earlier, today I made a horrific error while attempting to tweet about the Denver-Utah game. I don't know how I mistyped. I had and have no intentions of ever using the word. I take full responsibility for my actions. I have been sick to my stomach about it ever since. I'm truly sorry that this happened, and I apologize to those I offended. So I'm going to play. I'm going to show the tweets and scroll through the pictures. And the tweet goes earlier today. Oh, that's the one he made the apology. But then the actual tweet goes, shot making in this Jazz niggers, not with an A, but ERS niggers game is awesome. Murray and Mitchell are going back and forth. What a day.
Okay.
So, Schoolboy, where you at with this? You forgive him? You think it was the error?
You know what? I feel like this. My understanding of racism is that everybody's a little bit racist. You know what I'm saying? Just say, here's my thing. Never have I ever written anything and the autocorrect changed the word to niggers. You know what I'm saying? Never have I ever. So obviously it's a word that you use. Right. It's a word that you use pretty consistently to the computer, just like jazz, basketball. Oh, niggers. He's talking about niggers. You know, like, come on, man. Like, so I don't know. I'm not gonna forgive him just because he wasn't honest, man. You know what I mean? Like, be honest with your racism, bro. Don't be out here trying to convince us that your autocorrect just automatically learned the word nigga out of nowhere.
All right. Kay.
No, same. Autocorrect only learns what you type. Everybody knows that. The more you type a word, the more they suggest it whenever you type something. So he's definitely using that word on a regular basis, I believe. And that might have been a typo for that specific tweet, but he uses it regularly. So it's just like, well, you use it, you lost your job.
You forgive him?
Your tweet before.
You forgive him? Are you taking the road on this guy? Are you taking the high road on him?
I'm not really, I'm not really. It's not really that important to me. I'm just like, oh, you already lost his job anyways, so what more,
He was suspended. I think he'll come back.
Okay, all right. Of course he's gonna come back, It's like, why wouldn't he come back?
Right. All right, Vanessa, what's your thoughts?
This is not surprising. A lot of people in the sports industry and many other industries, see the players as their niggers, and it's just not a surprising thing. I mean, it's just good that he finally came out with it, so everybody else who's around him and who works with him knows where he stands. But I honestly, like, racism is something that goes on in this country, and I feel like people have like the right to be that. You don't have the right to put harm to anybody, but you have the right to express exactly how you feel. You think that they jazz niggas with an ER? That's fine. That's your feelings. Who am I? I don't play the game. I'm not at the radio station with you. Like, those are your thoughts. Just like if I feel a certain way, if I feel like he's a jazz cracker, whatever it may be, I feel like I have that right, just as he has his right to have his own feelings.
Well, that's going to take us into where we're going with this, with all of these stories. So I'm glad you said that already.
Yo, one last thing. Can you pull up a picture of this guy one more time?
Oh yeah, sure.
Come on, look at him.
Yo, I just want to say this. Does everybody else recognize that little Nazi haircut he got?
Oh wait.
This alt-right fade.
Yeah. That's like par for the course for these guys.
Not the alt-right fade.
Yeah, like what is that? This dude looks like Dennis the Menace's dad and shit. Yo, he looking crazy. No.
All right, cool. So, MsRavioli. Let's go to MsRavioli. Good.
Okay, so no, I do not accept his apology. I believe it was definitely purposeful, and I just have zero tolerance for certain things. He did it on purpose. He said it on purpose, and then he got caught, and then he wanted to correct it, but only because he got caught. That's the only reason.
Okay. And Steph, are you taking the high road with this man? Where you at with it?
Oh, absolutely not. Dude kind of look like a used car salesman. I don't see how niggas who look like that get jobs. He don't look trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just gonna be judging people. But I don't think this was a typo. You know what I'm saying? Like, my typo, like, as many times as I say nigga, I type Nigga, my iPhone won't ever suggest nigga. As many times as I type it. You know what I'm saying? So that was purposeful. It also might have been the cases where I'm talking to somebody and I'm saying nigga and I'm texting it, you know what I'm saying, and I'm tweeting at the same time, and I'm messing around and said nigga instead of nuggets in the tweet. However, you typed that out yourself. No, that was not an autocorrect. That you typed that. And how Kanye said sophisticated ignorance, I write my curses in cursive. This is what my boy was talking about. What Schoolboy was just talking about. It's sophisticated ignorance. It's made to make you think, oh, maybe, you know what, he didn't mean to. It could have been an accident. Where you kind of question it, but no, there's no question in my mind.
That's that new racism where it's like you can't prove it sometimes, but that shit exists. And like the other homie said when he got fruit thrown at him, these are, microaggressions. You know what I mean? So I don't know how many people are familiar with microaggressions, but it's when they basically, give you them little pokes and that if you blow up to, you look crazy. But they're stubbing you. They're throwing jabs all day. But as soon as you say something, you look crazy because it's a microaggression. It seems to be something small. I'm gonna read the comments, and Precious says, "Fuck." Mills Lane says, "Fuck this guy." His predictive text on his phone says he uses the N-word frequently. Yep. Precious says that means it was part his phone / computer's dictionary. If it was a mistake, and he's laughing, and then he says, fuck 2020. Antoinette says, these suspected white supremacists know exactly what they're doing. Precious says, Schoolboy. J Cap says, Schoolboy got me laughing about that N-word story. Well, we love for people to laugh and not just be, not just be all serious here. So we always find ways to laugh at stories, but we're going to talk about that more in the subtext as we go on, because all of these stories are going to have a string of a common thread, and we're gonna turn that into the subject, which is the PC culture. Horace Bass said, "Load of bullshit. Autocorrect would change niggers to bigger. Lying bastard must have used niggers more than 25 times in his phone. On Twitter on Twitter, the algorithm understands you, pilgrim looking ass." Pressure says, "All white owned corporations taking a harder stance on racism than blacks." I don't know if it's racism or it's just a PC thing that they're trying to correct. So that's one of the things we want to speak about, because even Facebook talking about having a ban on blackface right now, and it's a lot of symbolic shit going on right now in corporate America. But as we know, what matters hasn't changed. James says, "I don't know how I got here, but salute to y'all." All going back in the clouds. Stay safe, everyone. All right, salute to you, man. I don't know how you got here neither, but I'm happy you here, so stick around. Horace Bass says, "Pink body comb over looking ass pilgrim." Lord Vell says, "They say racism is over." Yeah, okay. Plus, he looked like a younger David Duke. Pressure says, "Nah, it was an accident." So it seems like Pressure changed his tune a little bit in there. And Miss Lexi says, "Good point." Let us know who had the good point. And Mills Lane says, "The white devil's advocate said, well, on the keyboard, the I and U and the R and T are next to each other." And Shaharia says, "Good morning." Good morning to you. Good show last night. Shaharia did a show, Silence Kills on Domestic Violence. And if you haven't checked it out, check it out after this. Precious says, "That wasn't a poke. That was a blatant disrespect. Definitely not a microaggression in my book." Yeah, that wasn't a microaggression, but I think when I was relating it to what happened before that, you know what I mean, microaggression came up when we spoke about the guy getting fruit thrown at him. And I just want to point out, so I'm on my phone. If I put NUGG, autocorrect is already trying to get me to nuggets. If I put NUGGE, if I put NIGG, it's not even auto correcting me to niggers at all. It says nights, but it's not trying to say niggers. So even if his U was replaced with the I, and then he went to the GG, it's not auto corrected to niggers.
But niggers isn't in the dictionary. You have to add it to your phone's dictionary for it to say niggers. You have to add it.
I just wanted to say that for anybody who was confused. If anybody was confused, he definitely had to say niggers a bunch of times in that phone with the hard ER, because it came out with the ER, and that's why that auto correction was there. Lexi says Steph had a good point. All right. So that's
and another thing, when you white, ain't no such thing as a hard ER. Nigger is nigger. There's no separation of the two. It's racist. I don't like that white people like, well, no, I said, hey, nah, fuck that. You said what you said.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question. How you guys feel about white people saying, like, can you say it in front of them, but they can't say it?
Well, you know what? That's a good question. And that also is something that leads us into the common thread of all.
Okay.
But now we can answer it now. I'll answer it now. I'm not gonna get arrested if a white boy says nigga around me, you know what I mean, and just, you know, lose my freedom, you know what I mean. But if we on a dark alley, I'm gonna slap shit out of him. But if we somewhere well lit and cameras is around and all that, then I'm gonna have to just check him verbally, you know what I mean. I'll say that, but I'm not cool with it. I'm not cool with it at all. Kay, are you? How do you feel about that?
I don't think. No, I'm not cool with it. I'm actually not cool with it. I don't know how I feel about, when it's in a song, because then it's in a song, you know what I mean? Even though I feel like some people are way too comfortable saying it. But yeah, I'm not cool with that. I would have to check the person for sure.
All right, B.
I was actually called a nigga by a Polish girl when we were talking with the producer of A Storm Is Coming over Brooklyn. I went to school in Bensonhurst, and this Polish girl called me a nigga at this B6 bus stop, and we had it out right then and there at the age of 13. Right. But now as I'm older in life, I don't think I could give that the same energy. And I still like I've grown to have the understanding that people do have the right to say what they want, whether you like it, whether you agree with it, whether you think it's okay, but they don't have the right to control the response that comes after. You may get somebody like me who just may say what you say, that it's not important to me, know how. And you may have somebody who punch you in your face. And I was always told by my family, it's not what you're called, it's what you answer to. So if you have somebody calling you something like that and you answer to it or you feel offended by it sometimes, then, you know, sometimes it's really based on your perception of it.
Okay, good point, Steph.
Context. Context is the basis of how I handle each situation. You call me a nigga at work, I'm turning to 6'9". Oh my God! I can't believe you said that. Oh, HR. I got HR. I got the supervisor. I got the manager. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going around telling all the black people at work. So then now it's a hostile work environment for this said gentleman. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I'm giving it up. If you said on the streets, it depends on how many people around and who's around. You can't call me no nigga in front of my son and think I'm not gonna whoop off in your ass, right? Do I got somewhere to? I'm about to say, do I got somewhere to be, or is it like how I am most times? I got time for the dumb shit.
All right, fair point. And I definitely, you know, like I said earlier, it depends on the situation, but that's a good point. You get called that shit in front of your child, you showing your child that it's cool. So definitely got to put hands with somebody. They talking you that way to you in front of your child. MsRavioli, what's your thoughts? White man says the word nigga. White woman says the word nigga. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't believe that they should ever say the word, but the reaction, like my personal reaction would be, it would vary depending upon the setting, like everybody else,
Right.
pretty much. I don't know. I may not even act out if my child was around. I may be more prone to explaining the situation to them and how to maybe, I don't know.
How to deal with it.
What I've learned is like, as being the bigger nigga, like you have to be better in certain situations. Like you can't take everything to like 100. You
Right.
know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Y'all seen
You know,
version?
one of the
Oh
yeah, I seen it.
Hold on.
Remember that? Oh my bad. Go ahead, schoolboy.
Make it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say, you remember in 40 version when the black bald head dude and Kevin Hart got into an argument? You're like, you want a nigga? Nigga here now. That's just how I am.
Yeah, you know, I asked that question because I moved to, you know, you guys know I moved, and I have some white neighbors, and they were talking to one of my other neighbors who's black, and they were like willy nilly, like just throwing a nigga in there like it was cool, and I was like, so y'all just say nigga out here like it's cool like that? That's what y'all do?
How so?
No, that's what they were doing. And every time they said it, like I would say that, and I would do it and be really, really awkward.
Hold on. How so? Like, were they saying my nigga, or they trying to?
Yeah, using it like not as a negative thing, but just in conversation. Like that nigga over there, you know, this and the third.
They try to be testy.
Well, yeah, and so here's the issue. The issue comes in where the nigga that they knew was cool with them doing it. When I came around, though, every single time they do it, I'm really loud and vocal about the fact that it's real weird that they do that here. You know what I'm saying? So now I see them like start to say it and then change the word. But that's the thing. Whenever I encounter, like, I've learned that whenever I encounter like really either subtle racist stuff or really racist stuff, my immediate reaction is to try to make everybody around me as uncomfortable as possible. I mean, that's my strategy.
Right. You want to? If I gotta be uncomfortable,
yeah,
no doubt. James says, internet slang, just watching to see what's good on and don't talk much. All right, well, salute, man. Thanks for pulling up once again. You know what I mean? Hopefully you stick around. Just to let you know some context about the show, we talk about things that's in the news, current and current-ish. and we have people come up with their own conclusions. And of course, we always keep a panel, and our panel, comes up with their different, their opinions and thoughts and sometimes facts as well. And we help the audience come to their own conclusions. So I think you will enjoy it. We're not just one way. We're a little fluid. Sometimes we turn up, sometimes we stay even, but we never turn down. So Redemption says 21, and earlier before that she says 543. I'm not sure what that. Slim says peace and good morning. Peace and good morning to you. C Dot says good morning. Good morning, C Dot. Good to see you. C Dot from the Straight Up in the Morning cast, from the morning shows on the weekends here on the Iran Network. J Cap says born in 85. Heard nigga as a term of endearment before I heard it as an insult. Horace says we shouldn't say it at all. We grown, we know better. We as black people should move away from the word. We know who we really are. We know the amazing shit we've been doing. We've been doing. So fuck that word. Lord Vell says the question should be why do other races want to say the word nigga? Also, the word nigga goes back to naga, negus, just like Sambo is a black god in Asia. Precious says schoolboy 100. Slim says schoolboy is right. Any nuances of racism should be addressed immediately. You're well within your right to check each and every one of them. Redemption says, oops, had to play on the keyboard. Makes sense. Hope you enjoy your breakfast. And C Dot says, good morning, schoolboy. And Precious says, schoolboy, how did the black folk react when you made it awkward for the pink nigga who said nigga? Want to answer that, schoolboy?
And to give some context, my neighbor my black neighbor is 19 years old. You know what I'm saying? So he really is still trying to figure himself out and things like that. And he's from this area. And I'm not going to say specifically what city. I don't think I've said that here, but it's a small town in Virginia. So that kind of informs how it's acceptable. You know what I'm saying?
How did he react? How did he react is the question.
The way he reacted, he was like, he didn't say anything. Luckily, he wasn't like, oh, that's cool, man. They don't mean it like that. Like, I would have had to check his ass too. Like, bro, shut your ass up when I'm talking, bro. This ain't the conversation for you. Since you was cool with it, I need you to be quiet.
Was he wearing tight pants with rhinestones on his belt?
Nah, the funny thing is that he looks like a super Negro. You know what I'm saying? Not super Negro, but he looks like a young nigga out here getting it. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. But he's also sort of like Star. You know what I'm saying? Like one parent's black, one parent's white. He's biracial. So there's a lot of nuances to it, and that's just life. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing really black and white like we really want it to be. You know what I'm saying? Some black people are actually really cool with it. You know what I'm saying? For the rest of us, people who are not insane, that shit ain't cool.
Right. All right. So before we have a more in-depth conversation about the PC culture, there's a couple more stories I want to bring to light. And this story comes to us from the Vlad TV as well, / the Shade Room. And this is about an officer who was fired because he made a post previously in support of George Floyd. So I'm gonna play his video that he spoke about George Floyd, and I'm gonna speak about him talking about getting fired. And my phone was probably not my phone. My mic might have been going in and out due to the background noise. So I'm gonna say it again. This is an officer fired for viral comments against cops involved in George Floyd murder, and this comes to us from Vlad TV, and the video actually comes to us from the Shade Room.
Way different. At the end of the day, let's talk facts. The guy is on the ground. He's laying on his stomach. He have handcuffs on. It's 4 of y'all, 1 of him. 4 of y'all, 1 of him. Who has control of this situation? It's not much one person could do against 4 people. Now let's get deeper, right? As an officer, you are a first responder, right? So if in the midst of you trying to gain compliance, someone is hurt, you have to render aid. So somebody's saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. You don't think to yourself and say, oh my gosh, this guy can't breathe. He might die. Let me render aid, right? Another point. Other officers, if you're going to be an officer that's going to stand there and not help when things go wrong, come on, like you don't see that? That's the reason I got behind this badge, right? Because I want them officers that's afraid to step up, I want to be the one to step up. If I see wrong happening, wrong is not.
So that was his part of his rant on George Floyd. and this is the outcome. And I'm gonna let him tell you for himself from his own words.
What's going on? Y'all know I'm Officer Williams, the one who did the viral George Floyd video, right? So being transparent with y'all, for the last 2 months, my job put me on administrative leave to do an investigation into my TikTok. After this investigation was done, which I found out today, I was relieved of my duties from that certain job. And upset, confused. I mean, I felt all the emotions. I don't know. I was just all over the place. I just really wanted to bring it to y'all because y'all been supporting me. Y'all been rocking with me, and I wanted to be transparent with y'all. One thing I do know is God don't miss. God never miss. So at the end of the day, what's for me, never gonna go past me. It's never gonna miss me. And God felt like it was the need to do this right now. So just wanted to keep y'all in the loop. Yeah. Thank you.
So there you have it. God and the white people at his job as a police officer decided to take him off of duty, put him on administrative leave for speaking up for George Floyd. So, Schoolboy, let's start with you. What's your thoughts on your man losing his job and or being on administrative leave due to speaking up for George Floyd?
Well, it seems like he's one of the good cops that they talk about, and they always say not to judge all the cops by the bad cops because they're good cops. So when stuff like this happens to good cops, it makes you wonder, if the good cops really are winning this battle, and how much value that we should place in expecting good cops to come to our rescue. I don't place any. Whenever I get into interaction with the cops, I just assume that they're all racist and they want to do me harm, and then I let them prove otherwise.
All right. I see we got J Doug on the check, and I think he might have something to say about this. So before we get to the rest of the panel, I know J Doug is actually at work, so I'm gonna let him say his piece before he gets out of here. So, J Doug, what's going on, man? Talk to us.
Hey, good morning, people.
Good morning. Good
Y'all
morning.
was talking about the black cop who was fired because of the Black Lives Matter thing.
Because he spoke up about George Floyd.
George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. This is another Nick Cannon. I want to take white people money, but also I want to play the black thing. I don't mind you doing the black thing. Do the black thing, but leave white people money alone. That's it. You can't play both sides of the fence. You can't say, I want to get a job, I want to work for the white man, but I want to stand with the blacks. No. If you want to stand with the blacks, that comes at a cost of being broke. You understand? So, yes, I'm glad that he got fired, and I want black people to stop doing this.
All right, J Doug, you said the white people's money. Isn't the job of a police officer a city job? Isn't that the job? Isn't that the people's money that's paying police officers, J Doug?
It depends on, I don't know. It depends on what he patrolling at. But still, no. I would say no. I still would call it white money because, you know what I mean? It's a white-based organization. They just let your black ass in.
It's a white. Hold on. When I'm on the screen, you gotta let me talk because I ain't trying to get confused for saying nothing you saying right now. All right, you say it's a white organization, but this organization is to police the people, not to police white people or black people. Even though we know they send outsiders into our community to police us, he decided to do the right thing and say, let me be a black cop. Let me be part of the solution. And he
didn't do the right thing. He was just running his fucking mouth.
Hold on. He said he wanted to be a cop so he can, when he see injustice, stop injustice. That's what he said. So what he's saying is they was wrong. He's speaking up about it, and he claims, I don't know this man, but on his regular, shift, I guess, he does his job in a way where he checks racism if he sees it. So, but once again, I'm really speaking to the point where you say it's a white organization and things like that. At the end of the day, it's supposed to be an organization that protects the people of the city. You know what I mean? So to protect and serve. So with that being said, they don't have the right to claim a monopoly over the police department. That's just one of the things they're doing wrong. And the more of us should become officers and police our own community, like we even said in the past. So when he tries to do that, he gets chastised for talking up. Thoughts?
This is what I'm saying. To order to get a job like that, you go in, you ask the white man, hey, Mr. White Man, do you have a job for me? I'll come to work on time. I'm going to, yes, sir, no, sir. All this other stuff, just like Nick Cannon. Yeah, white people, I love you. Just to get into the door. And then once you get in the door, I hate white people now. Oh, it's all about Black Lives Matter. You didn't say that when you were time at the interview. You didn't say none of this. You said you wanted to be around the white folks. You wanted to tap dance. You wanted to do
let me
all this
stop you.
stuff. And now you
Let me
don't want to
stop
do it.
you.
You should get fired.
He never said anything about white people. He said those officers did not do their job correctly. And he said if he seen someone not doing their job correctly, he would correct them. That is, in fact, his job. He merely pointed out the description of the job. Sir, what are you talking about? And then you saying white organization, dude. It's a city. It's a city, and if you're black, if you're working in the black community, then those are black dollars. You just talking. This not one of them
No,
situations where you go begging a
bro.
white man for a job. This ain't one of them situations.
No, he knew what he was getting himself into. This is the thing. You understand a certain energy or a place that you're encountering or where you're getting into. When that police officer got hired, he knew what type of surroundings he was going to be in. He knew all police officers know how things go and how things operate. But no, he wanted to be Shine Time. He wanted to be Mr. Pro Black, and he wanted to get on TikTok and talk, and now he's out of a job. And the sad thing is, I appreciate his mindset, and we do really need police officers like that. But because he talked too much, now he's out of a job, and we have one less good officer on the force.
Alleged good officer. We have no knowledge of if he was good or bad. But I just want black people to stop this. You know what I mean? Especially when you know you going into these jobs, act like you're gonna do whatever it takes. You ready to yes sir, no sir. And especially if you get a job like a police officer, you know he was kind of like he was playing that I want to be a part of this system.
Yep.
You wasn't talking about, I'm coming in here to change the racial injustice for my people. That's why I'm getting this job right now. I'm pretty sure he didn't say that when
He did not say
him, why do you want to be a police officer? He did not say
he did not say racial injustice. He said injustice. And if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the definition changed, injustice is for all people, right? Unless they change it, injustice just means the right thing for everybody. I mean, injustice means the wrong thing being done, period. Like doing the right thing, period.
Across the board.
So unless you want to change the definition, and I don't recall him saying racial injustice. You're making it something different, which is probably what they did. They took it and they made it what they wanted to make it.
It ain't about what
we know what you mean.
It ain't about what he's
mean. No, you know what I said.
It's not about what he spoke up for. It's about what he spoke against. You're speaking against a whole police force that you work for. That's asinine in and of itself. Like with any situation, you're gonna be a nurse. You're gonna talk bad about other nurses. Do what you can behind the scenes in your personal realm, where whoever you contact. But to go on a public platform and speak against something that you actually do, that's crazy.
All right, so J Dub, we lost him, and I was about to carry him down anyway. But let's get to Let's get to the panel and let's discuss this. Matter of fact, he's back. His device didn't connect yet, but I see him trying to get back in the room. Here he goes. I'm gonna let him get the last word, but then we're gonna formally get to the panel, and we're gonna speak about this as a panel before we move on to the next subject and really dig into this whole PC thing. J Doug, you got the last word before we move on as a panel, because I know you got work.
No, y'all, man, y'all have a good show. Like I was just saying, literally just about they know what you mean when you say injustice. They know when you're black and you say that you're trying to come in and work on behalf of black people, and that's not what you say in the interview. If you say that when you're in the interview, you say, "Hey, yes, I'm here to work for justice for black people and people, blah blah blah," and they still hire you, then that's something different. But don't come in trying to play the white card, and then once you get in the door, then you pull out your black card.
You assuming he played a white card at some point?
Hmm.
You're assuming he played a white card at some point.
Yeah. I don't know what you said. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Y'all have a good show. I'm out.
All right, J Doug, thanks for pulling up and stirring the pot a little bit, and have a good day at work yourself. All right, so let's go, Schoolboy. Your thoughts? It's always good to hear Schoolboy after J Doug get on the mic.
Well, you know, unfortunately, Jay Doug's not here to hear this, but I'm sure we'll talk about it later. We got the commentary from the Coon delegation. We appreciate it, you know, and hopefully we'll get a chance to go back and forth about that some other time. But yeah, man, here's my thing. This is how you know that the police in America are not about law enforcement. Because how can this man get fired for saying that these officers should have not killed this man? I mean, it's obvious to anybody with eyes to see. There's no real reason why you would lean on somebody's neck for 9 minutes, you know, and everybody just standing around watching. If here's the thing, if we as civilians right now were watching this this podcast or whatever, and y'all see somebody come in here and start beating my tail, you know what I'm saying? They just beat me all around this office. Somebody on this panel is supposed to call 911. And if nobody does that, somebody might get in trouble because you saw somebody committing a crime and you did nothing about it. It's in the public. You know what I'm saying? These people are officers. They're held to a higher standard. So, yeah, man, they're supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing the right way. They're not supposed to just do whatever they want to do. That ain't cool.
Copy. Kay, what's your thoughts on the black cop losing his job or getting suspended or being on a leave of absence due to him speaking up for George Floyd?
That's sad that it lost his job. I had originally seen the video when he first came out, the first original video that he did, and I think it was. I have a friend that's a police officer somewhere in Jersey, and these are the same exact words that my friend used when we have conversations over the phone, except he didn't make a video out of it. But at the same time, it is important that some people do speak out about it. It's unfortunate that his job was lost, but I just feel like nowadays you just need to have everything on camera and just need to denounce everything on camera, because he seems like from the outside looking into the United States, because I'm not in the US, it seems like the only thing that makes people react in that country is having something on video. And even then, it's not even sure that something might happen. So I do feel like there needs to be people that will speak out in different spheres of society to actually denounce what is going on, because it's really looking crazy.
Okay, so Vanessa?
I like Kay said, I do think it's extremely unfortunate, and because of the climate that we're in, you have to understand what's going on. You've had black people throughout history in this country working jobs in environments that were racially tense, but they knew how to approach their situations in order so that they can keep their jobs and to do what's necessary to support the bigger goal at hand. You have the nannies from the 50s who used to work in white women's homes and all this type of things. They didn't go up in there talking about y'all nasty. I'm tired of feeding these kids. Like they didn't, and they didn't go on the street talking about these women because they knew that these things would sacrifice the very thing that they needed. We need black police officers. We need black police officers with the mindset of justice. Now, because he wants to run his mouth and he wants to be on TikTok, we don't have that. And I think that he did not think about the bigger picture when he started to talk. You sacrifice yourself, and now we have one less officer on the force that could have actually done good. You spoke on TikTok, and now we can't even use you. We can't use you at all. So
okay, Steph. Hold on, Steph. I think I have you muted. Oh, you have you good.
All right. I think it's important to remember that this is a good man working for an evil organization. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To fire someone for those statements that you have proven to be evil. Now, I just think it's very convenient that we can assume that he played the white role to get the job, but we don't. But he's allegedly a good cop. I feel like you playing right into their hands when you make blanket statements like this, and it is very saddening and disheartening to see that from my panel, my people.
Right. I hear you. And even deeper than that, that's your boy. Your man's in them. All right, MsRavioli, what's your thoughts? You're making...
I believe that the
No,
what'd you
I
say?
was starting to say it seemed like you was mute, but you wasn't mute. Just letting you know you weren't mute, but I think it's just a lag. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay, I believe that law enforcement pretty much operates as a gang. Even though there are people in there that believe that they are good, it's difficult to be a good officer when the people that are the people around you that are there and you hope as a good officer will protect your life should something occur. Um, it's hard to do the good thing because you have superiors that may not and in this case this happened, they don't support you when you do the good thing.
Right.
A lot of times the good thing to do is what makes the money, what brings in the dollars. And if that was negative, like um negative media for that particular law enforcement agency, then it's a cloud over that, that agency. And I feel for him. I do,
All right.
but that's how it goes.
All right. So before I go to the comments, I just want to read the rest of the article. The plot actually thickens a little bit when you read the article. They go on to say, after the video went viral, Williams said he was told that he shouldn't post videos in uniform, so he stopped. However, the social media brought attention to his conscious styled music, and his superiors took issue with the song he did called Hello America, which I've been looking for behind the scenes right now. I haven't found it. He was placed on administrative leave while an investigation into his social media was done. After learning he was fired 2 months later because of his social media videos were seen as a violation of department policy. Williams let his followers know the news and said that he was initially upset and confused, but remained optimistic. And there's another article I wanted to go into that we might not have the time to go into, but I think they're bluffing when they talk about this whole against police policy to make social media videos, because there's a video I wanted to touch on, but it's not directly in line what we're going to talk about right now. But it's about a cop who actually became social media famous for playing basketball with some kids, and then come to find out in another incident in Florida, he was slamming a 16-year-old kid on a car, you know what I mean, manhandling him. So it's like, which one is it? Is it against police policy to be on social media, or is it not? Because there are other cops doing these videos that try to make it seem like they're good cops, where they're hanging out with kids and eating seeds and chips with them and playing basketball with them and all this shit that puts them in a good light. But as soon as somebody actually talks use critical thinking and talks about a situation like George Floyd, he's fired, and for that and making music, which is ridiculous. So I'm going to go into the comments, and let's see. We got Pressure saying the blue wall. This black ex-cop forgot about the fucking blue wall gang. Shaking my damn head. And C. Dot says, crazy how you can lose your job for a TikTok but not killing anyone. And that's spot on, Mills Lane says. Pressure also says, Serpicio, I think that's the name of somebody. I haven't watched this documentary. I heard about it. I'm saying the name, I'm butchering the name, was a documentary. So we'll look into that. Virginia Slim says, facts at C. Dot. Shahari says, wow, he got fired for actually speaking facts while you have other officers walking on murder charges and back on duty ASAP. Exactly. My points exactly. My thoughts exactly. Shahari also goes to say they hate when their racism is and irrationality is exposed. Irrationality is exposed. They had to get him out of there ASAP. Keenan says, J. Doug got a job? Question mark. And Mills Lane says, how did blue become a race of people, and why do they have to be locked step in thoughts. Why do they have to think the same, basically?
Because it's the union of the slave overseers. That's why.
Virginia Slim says black cop being fired also shows these so-called unions only fight for their white members. Good point. Because the union is definitely supposed to fight for him and say that's not a reason for him to get fired. Because like we said, there's plenty of cops on social media in uniform. So they just took issue with his stance on the George Floyd situation. Horace Bates says his message was playing both sides. When we played what he had to say, I didn't hear him playing both sides. I heard him just saying what was wrong about how they handled the situation. But to each his own. And if you want to tell us how you feel he was playing both sides before we move on to the next point, feel free. James says, do we have a GoFundMe? Because we talk about changing the community and he's doing something right by joining the force. He's doing something right by joining the force. So there is a GoFundMe. And once again, when this is over, I'll update the description and I'll put his GoFundMe in the description as well. Precious says it's a white fraternal order to protect property and enforce law, not protect the public. Horace says, nah, he is snitching on the blue brothers and sisters, on his blue brothers and sisters. So I guess that's how he was playing both sides, by them being his brothers and sisters. But as but Mills Lane said, how did blue become a race? Like, they're not a race of people. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it is a job. So, and or career. King Soul says they are strictly debt collectors. They are out to find and collect debts/warrants. James says, what do this guy do who's talking? That was J Doug. He's also a panelist on this show. He has his own show called Live and On Point, and he runs a studio in his hometown of Jacksonville, Florida. But he does have a day job. I don't know what it is. I don't even talk to him about his job. We just talk about business and our business and media production. Loyville says, please, people, please read your Constitution. The police only protect you while they have you in custody. So basically they come after the fact is what he's saying. They're not there to protect you when things go wrong. They're there to come after the fact pretty much and, clean up the mess. James says the police force is a gang. You can't talk about helping the other side. Horace, so yeah, if they're a gang, which I believe they are too, he definitely, crossed the line. But at the same time, they're a gang that turned into a job. So I don't know how many people noticed, but even the fire departments were originally gang, and they kind of turned into an actual job. So now there's a job in a business. They got to abide by what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? Even though like Schoolboy said, they started as slave captures, and there's proof and documented proof on that. If Schoolboy, you want to elaborate on that, you can.
Yeah, a lot of people try to say, "Oh, that's conspiracy theory." I've had multiple actually white teachers throughout the years when I tell historical like fact that they don't like, they automatically try to make you a conspiracy theorist. However, this year in Congress, one of the Congress people asked specifically a law enforcement official, is it true that the modern day police force comes from the slave catcher forces from back in the day? And he had to say yes under oath. So it is what it is. People don't like that. They want it not to be true, but that's not how you face reality, make a different reality by ignoring the facts. That's an actual fact.
All right. Horace says, stop making videos with your uniform on. You're asking to get fired. Your point flew across Mr. White officer's comb overhead. But I'm prone to believe that even if he made the videos without his badge on, they still would have got him, long as they found out that he was making those videos. They would just found another way of firing him. Vanessa, check your camera resolution and make sure your mic is being registered if you can. I think I hear you through your computer audio, and just definitely double check that, because you're looking a little pixelated right now. I don't know why.
I was gonna say I'm on mute, so
I know, but I'm just going off the sound from earlier, but you look a little pixelated. So just check your camera resolution and just double check your mic. We can hear you fine, but just make sure your mic is registered. Horace says, stop. Oh, yeah, we read that. The Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press says, peace to the peoples, peace to you. James says, he's lucky he only got fired. Word up. And Virginia Slim says, in the wake of the George Floyd murder, hasn't dozens of police officers held press conferences saying the same thing by rebuking these murderous cops? Question mark. I don't see a difference. I just see a double standard. So basically, there is no difference, and I just think that in the department that he's in, they just wasn't having that. Steph, you wanted to say something to that?
To this comment?
Yeah, because I seen you raise your finger, so I'm just
No. I was typing.
Oh, all right, my bad. All right. King Soul says police force equals military. Mills Lane says, while private sector jobs can terminate workers for speaking negative about the company, this was just him speaking against improper police conduct, which is not a job of the private sector, at least yet. Good point, Mills Lane. Horace says the improper conduct is actually in their books to be a snitch. Sorry, a cop. Laurel says protect and serve who? Think about it. Pressure says coon delegation question mark is who at Schoolboys. Oh, so he's sticking up for J Doug, Schoolboy. And HB2N says, what if we see your baby mama beating you, Schoolboy? Call the police on her. You want to answer that, Schoolboy? Are we calling the police on your baby mother if she's beating you?
Absolutely. I need you all to be recording that. I need you to put police reports in your respective jurisdictions. If you need to, sue her for or sue whoever is responsible, rather, for your pain and suffering if you have to witness something like that. You know, I think you need to take all the legal recourse that you need to take. That's my opinion.
There you go. The Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press says, are they really held to a higher standard when it only takes a high school diploma to get their police jobs? I would say they're supposed to be held to a higher standard. Whether they're held to that higher standard is beyond me. Well, I would say no, they're not held to that standard, but they're supposed to be. HB2N says, I'd rather we take all money from family courts and add more cops to the streets. And to put that in context, HB2N, I believe, let me know if I'm wrong, you're in Chicago, right? So maybe that might be why you feel that way. J Cap says, preach. We need him to make a real change on streets, not TikTok. Right message given at the wrong place. So
Facts.
Yeah, Vanessa, you made a great point when you said that he was speaking about it when he should have been being about it instead of actually blowing himself up as
Wait, hold on.
But I don't know if I agree though.
All right, so Steph said,
just,
first, I'm gonna let Steph talk first, and then Kay, I'll let you definitely chime in on that. Go ahead, Steph.
It was just an officer going around like these officers are literally always going viral in their uniform, right? They all have their jobs because they weren't speaking about George Floyd. Matter of fact, when his video was at 50K, was only at 5K, only had 5,000 viewers, no one gave a damn. It wasn't until it went viral. Let's be honest.
Okay, good point.
They, like after he went viral, oh, let's do a full investigation. Man, they did a whole investigation in the major cities in the U.S. states, and there's officers who have on their Facebook in their description that they work for the police department in said city, and they will post racist stuff, whether it be a meme or a shared post or just flat out racist comments. They have found that in every major city, and these people still have their jobs.
Right. Kay, you want to give us your point? You said.
Yeah, the reason why I don't think I agree that that TikTok was the wrong place. I don't agree with that because I believe that social media is the reason why a lot of the incidents that have been going on and taking place for a long time have been made. Like, I feel like some of the public was not aware of what was going on, especially when you look internationally or even to some, I guess, of the non-Black people in the United States. A lot of people were not aware of certain things. And I feel like social media really helps with that. So I don't think using TikTok is the wrong idea for a message to be given to the public. I just feel like it was fired. That's really too bad for him, but stuff needs to happen. And now if people were really about making him viral, now they need to find him a job. I mean, they need to give him money, you know what I mean? But I just think that people need to continue actually actively be on social media and create videos like that. I think it's important. I think it's a part of what it is to be. Some people are going to be about it and do it in their everyday lives, and some people need to be the messenger, and sometimes the messenger gets, loses their job.
Right. So I think you raise a great point, but in defense of that point, I think that what they're saying is that he was in a position where he could actually make a difference. So I get the fact that you coming out as a cop tells the people that not all cops are bad, right? But I guess I see the point of somebody earlier who says he was like playing both sides, because by him coming out as a cop, he's basically saying not all cops are bad, and I agree. But at the same time, if you are a quote unquote good cop, then what would be more impactful is, instead of blowing your cover as somebody who's there to stop injustice, is go stop the injustices. Whether people think all cops are bad or not, go out there and put in that work and be about it and don't speak about it. But instead, he decided to, go to social media and tell them what his points were about the, as a cop, I'm telling you, they're doing bad police work. And that's kind of more like coming from almost like a savior complex, you know what I mean? Versus actually doing the work. So I kind of get the point where people say, if you want to be about the change, just be about the change. You know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying, how important social media is, but the social media isn't doing anything in changing when he comes out, right? So if we see something go wrong, yeah, we see it, and now it's viral, right? But a cop, hold on, stuff. But a cop, I just want to be clear what I'm saying. But a cop talking about, oh, they did their job wrong. He's only basically saying that, oh, not all cops agree with this, and that's not helping us. We go out there and stop a black kid from getting arrested for some dumb shit. You know what I mean? Don't come preach to us. Go be about it. So I kind of get that point, Steph.
All right. Okay. You can do both. You can preach and do your job at the same time. That's proven.
I think we lost you, Steph.
Steph, no, you cannot. Clearly, he just got fired, so he knows climate that he's in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Did you hear Vanessa?
Okay. Did you? No, you cannot.
No, you cannot. I said no, you cannot, because clearly he just got fired for speaking as freely as he did.
All right. So, but what I'm saying is, okay, white people hide their intentions too, right? Like you said, this brother should have been hiding his intentions and should have just been out there doing it. Well, the fact is, a black man who's a police officer who gains status or cachet in this community, he can then run for sheriff, right? He got fired because he became popular, and voting is nothing but a popularity contest. He had a bigger platform than any other officer. So what you're saying, what you see is the prevention of him becoming a sheriff. What you're seeing is him actually having real change, because as a field cop, he can't do shit. Come on, let's be real. Y'all for y'all to be woke, y'all sleep.
But I just think
sorry, go ahead.
What? No, but wasn't there a cop? Recently there was a black cop that was actually fired for actually trying to stop another white cop for putting somebody on a chokehold that was going to kill him or her. So at this point, it's like somebody did something, was fired. Somebody talked about it, was fired. So, you know what I mean? I just feel like the reason why I'm saying I think this video is important is because, yes, some people might not be happy with whatever happened to him or the message, but at the end of the day, this video might inspire some other cops to be like, you know what? Maybe I should step up. Maybe I should do something next time I see something that is out of line. And I'm not saying that everybody will do it, but it might impact at least 1% of the cop population. I don't know. You know what I mean? I just think it's important. But obviously not that much power as a field cop.
Right. So we got to move on. But Steph, you raise a good point. But I think our point is that, once again, and I don't think it's a matter of being sleep or woke. Once again, we all have different opinions, and we the truth is somewhere, or the answer is somewhere in between what we're all saying. But at the same time, it's like, if you really about to change, we're saying be strategic. And not to speak to your point, directly to your point, as far as like him having a big platform, it would have been more impactful of him having that big platform with the people in his actual community versus having the big platform worldwide on TikTok, right? Because now you're famous, you're TikTok famous, but those aren't the people that could vote for you in your community, right? So you're more probably promoting your music than the actual change in your community. Had you been more about that change in the community, then the community could step up and say, let's make this man sheriff.
Thanks.
I think we lost them. So we're going to read the rest of these
Can I
comments.
say something real quick about that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I just wanted people to be aware of the fact that it really could have had more so to do with the fact that he was in uniform, and possibly that had he said the same things without his uniform on his own time, which also is kind of iffy because I don't know if officers are kind of like judges and they really don't have their own time, because I believe they're officers at all times when they take their oath. But I believe that because he was in uniform, that had a lot to do with it. And there's probably something in their standard operating procedures writings that speaks to that, very thing. And then also I wanted to touch on using that phone. If he has some type of employee discount, understand that when people subscribe to employee discounts, somehow, some way in that literature, that phone information becomes the information of that employer.
All
So
right.
please don't
Right. Good point.
forget that.
I don't want to harbor on this too long, but I think we all had great points. And at the end of the day, I think we all agree that he shouldn't have lost his job. We can all agree with that. But, I think the other point that him, exposing his, his passion for Black people jeopardized the job, and that he should have been wiser is something that some of us saying, and some of us are saying it was good that he did what he did. But I think we all agree he shouldn't have lost his job. And I think we all agree that we need more Black cops. So to kind of police our own communities, because if we're going to have police, we need to be the ones policing our own community and not have outside forces policing our communities. Aboriginal Amarucan News Press says police officers swear to protect the Constitution of the USA, but they enforce Black codes, penal codes, and criminal conduct codes to protect municipal bonds, corporations, democratically speaking. JCap says he'll be all right. Cops kill people and they get hired at another precinct. This is light. So maybe he will get hired somewhere else, but maybe not. Maybe he'll go somewhere and it'll be a badge. It'll be a stain on his record, and he'll have to just work security. Steph?
I'm about to say it's actually easier for a cop that kills somebody to get another job, because they'll just say that you did that in the line of duty. This is they'll be like, well, he's pretty much going to be perceived as a snitch coming into a gang, because that's what police organization is. It's a gang. So people are going to be mindful that you are willing to tell on them if they're not doing their job correctly. And a lot of people be like, I may not be doing my job wrong, but if I ever slip up, you feel like they want to have a little protection. That's just how it is.
Right. Virginia Slim says sad fact, but you're sad fact, but I guess you're right.
Go to the next one. She fixes it.
Stop calling Slim a she, man.
Oh, sorry.
Virginia Slim says sad fact, but you're right, JCap. JCap says if he drops the fuck the police remix right now, that shit will go crazy. Yeah, he needs to
he needs to start selling
t-shirts. To capitalize off that. HB2N says white folks call you all types of stuff when you know your history. Niggas too. Facts. HB2N says HB2N is basically crushing on K in the comments. Calm down, HB2. He's talking. He says you look like you smell good. I'll just say that part. Virginia Slim says police have an IQ limit in regards to who they hire. Kalia says salute, Grand Rising. HB2N says, okay, yeah. Redemption Song says Carol Horn. Kalia says that's logical as Steph. Slim says Steph is thinking the big picture. Which again, I said I agree with him on, him needing that big platform, but I think the biggest picture is that his relationship with his community in regards to him becoming the sheriff, you know what I mean, versus his relationship with the nation. Yeah, so Saludin says that's true because I work for TSA and they don't care what I do as long as I'm not in uniform. Slim says, so in the military, you aren't allowed to voice anything against the gov while you're in uniform or stating representing a particular branch. And JCap goes on to say, we lost a good cop and gained a TikTok activist, which, yeah, I would rather have a good cop out there than a TikTok activist. Slim says you can, however, voice your opinions as a private citizen with no government affiliation. And Brooklyn Honcho says salute and good morning. Salute and good morning to you, good sir. Good to see you on the check-in. So we're going to go on to one of the second to last conversations we're going to have about this cancel/PC culture, getting up in arms about things. And this one comes to us from the grill. It's about Talib Kweli banned from Twitter following his dispute with a black woman. So I kind of want to skim through this because I'd rather get to the real topic at hand. But they say before being banned, rapper Talib Kweli was last seen on Twitter in a cyber fight with a black woman named Maya Angelique Moody, to be exact. Now, after being banned from Twitter, the Black Star rapper has found another social media home in the Patreon platform. And basically, they specify what some of the beef was over. And they say the argument stemmed from a post made on July 9th by Nigel D that listed rappers who had black wives. Kweli and his wife, DJ EQ, were listed among the names. Moody responded, nothing that hardly any of the wives were dark-skinned. So her real tweet was literally almost all of them are married to light-skinned women, but that's a conversation for another day. Kweli responded and said, nah, let's have this convo today. Are we talking all of my relationships, my children's mother as well? Or are you only talking about who you think I'm currently in a relationship with right now? I mean, is any of this really any of your business? And then they go on to say the two went back and forth for what the 24-year-old woman alleges was 12 hours straight in an exchange that not only got nastier and nastier, but by the day, but also seemed to involve more and more people. I'm not going to read everything, but she also went on to put him and his wife as a picture as her header on her actual Twitter profile. So she went on and trolled him after he argued with her, and she put a picture of him and his wife as her header. And then she basically went on to tell people she was being harassed by him online after she already blocked him, told him to leave her alone. And she asked people to report him, and he got his page banned after that. And like they originally said, he went to Patreon. Does anybody have anything to say about? Oh, and also she has a GoFundMe now.
Of course. So she going for the bag, man. She on some bullshit. I'm gonna tell you like this. My Twitter was canceled or whatever the same fucking way. There was a black woman on Twitter who called me a nigga, and I was like, I don't know you. I'm not your nigga, bitch. And as a result, my Twitter page was suspended, and I can't ever get that shit back. I'm probably gonna have to get a lawyer to get my Twitter back. And that's been like over a year ago. And literally, if you look at the thread, I'm just in there debating whatever I'm debating, being respectful, not calling her out of her name or anything like that. She calls me a nigga, and I'm like, I didn't know that I was your nigga. And next thing you know, because I called her a bitch, long story short, I said it to say this. This is the type of black woman who says the black woman isn't protected. Meanwhile, she's over here attacking people, getting their Twitter messed up, and then she's gonna step back and be like, well, he harassed me. Like, bitch, get a fucking life. How about that?
Okay. Strong words from Schoolboy. Like it. Kay, what's your thoughts? Talib Kweli banned from Twitter for having a internet battle with a troll. Well, I'm gonna call her a troll, but a black.
I feel like Twitter has been banning a lot of people. Twitter has been banning a lot of people. I have a lot of people on my Twitter that got banned from Twitter for using certain words in their conversations because I guess social media companies are getting more and more aware of certain words and certain things that should not, I guess, be used in conversations. But I just do think that when you come at somebody on social media, you need to be aware that you might get a comeback. That's just, like in real life. So she should have known to not continue with this. There's just some conversations that are not worth it. And same for his side. I feel like maybe you should have known when to stop because is it worth it to lose your whole social media account? Now you have to create another one or you have to just go to another platform. I don't know. I would have just let it go.
So you would take the higher road?
Worth it, personally. Yeah, I would just be like, you know what? I don't need to have this conversation. I would just let the person talk in my comments or whatever. I would not answer anymore. There's no point. If I know what my life is about, I don't need to answer to you who's a stranger.
Yo,
so
that being said, have you guys been tracking Talib Kweli on Twitter? I asked that because he routinely goes back and forth with people for days and weeks and months sometimes about whatever it is that the topic is. This dude goes in.
Yeah, that was going to be my little feedback, but yeah, that's definitely a fact. He's the right one. If you're looking to troll somebody and get a response, Talib Kweli is the right one. Steph, what's your thoughts? Hold on, you're on mute. Let me see if it's on my end. All right,
it's me. All right. I don't like how she was throwing rocks and hiding her hand. Right. This all started out from you tweeting. Right. From you tweeting some disrespectful shit. Right. And then you got to know who you beefing with. Right. Like y'all just alluded to. Like, so this guy has a history of doing this. You know what I'm saying? And just because people be celebrities, don't ever estimate people making time for the dumb shit.
They might have more time than you.
They might have more time than you because they don't got to get up and go to a 9 to 5. He can just skip going to the studio today. You know what I'm saying? And now he got a whole 24 hours on your ass, and you not ready for it. You at work. You in a cubicle trying to take calls and trying to beef with Talib Kweli. It's foolish.
All right, Vanessa, thoughts?
I just wanted to say that whenever someone comes onto any of these social media platforms, you are pretty much at the mercy of whoever is running these platforms. Most of the time when it comes to these social media platforms, it's not people who look like us that are the moderators. It's not people who look like us that are responsible for banning certain accounts or allowing people to say certain things. So I just say that people have to be mindful of these things and don't be salty if you end up being cut from the board. Don't be salty if you end up being banned because your people ain't running it anyways. Find another platform.
Well,
go elsewhere.
I don't think
it's a part of the game.
Is trying to defend him being on Twitter. I don't think no one really cares. It was just like, it is what it is. I can't get your Twitter back. Don't even worry about that. Just try something else, basically.
But I think her point is basically,
yeah,
he it's not a black owned or a company that would understand. Right? It's like, is that what you're getting at, Vanessa? That
Exactly. I'm saying that to say this because I guess he wants to make it well known that his Twitter has been banned, and he wants to talk about this in the press. But realistically, Black people don't own Twitter. Black people don't own a lot of these social media platforms that we have. So you took that risk to go back and forth with people and to say what you said, and you took that risk to be banned from it.
And you
as
know
well.
what? I'm going to say this. He missed the mark because even though I think it's totally bullshit, I think she's a troll, but
She is.
yeah, she's definitely a troll. To put his picture of him and his lady as her header picture, to me, that solidifies it. You're a troll. But at the same time, it's like, instead, you go to Patreon instead of finding a Black-owned social media site or creating one. You know what I mean? Like, you are Talib Kweli. You do have resources. This would have been the time to say, look, Twitter banned me for talking back to a troll who thought my wife wasn't Black enough. You know what I mean? As bullshit as that sounds. So I decided to have a place where we won't get banned for having these type of conversations amongst ourselves, right? So he missed the mark. Instead, he went to Patreon. And yeah, so there's that. So I'm gonna read the comments. And Loyvel says Talib Kweli is a fake ass conscious internet gangster. Saladin says Shorty was bogus for her tweet because she tried to point out that rappers aren't dating or married to Black women, but then minimized it because they're light-skinned Black women. How do you ask for something but then be colorist about it? Bogus. Pause.
That's a real spicy point you got there. I can't say your name, but that's a good point you got there.
There's some truth to that, definitely. I'm not saying that Black men in the entertainment industry don't date Black women, but not usually. It is a fairly light-skinned Black woman that they choose.
Yeah, but he's saying that she was trying to come at them for not being with Black women, but then saying because the women were light-skinned, it was she had an issue with that. So
yeah, I'm saying I understand her issue. That is a very common thing.
Oh,
now what's funny is like we always get on these Black men for dating white women, and then when they got Black women, though they're not Black enough. You know what I'm saying? There's really no pleasing you if it's not you.
It's not about pleasing. Images.
Talib Kweli, like he has a dark skinned baby mama. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, she was wrong for coming at him because he doesn't fit that stereotype.
But if him and his baby mama would have worked out, would he still be would he still hate dark skinned women? I'm just trying to figure it out. Is it a hate, or is it just that you like Black women and this is the Black woman that you're with, and it just like.
But that's usually not the case when it comes to the entertainment industry. Like a lot of the times, the people are adamantly choosing non-Black women or adamantly choosing the lightest women that they can find. And I think that it's a messed up image to brown-skinned girls because they're not good enough to be with a successful Black man. That's I feel like that's what it's showing. So I understand her point when it comes to that.
And I think her point too.
Hold on, let Kato.
Oh yeah, I think her point too was not necessarily to Talib Kweli in particular, but to the thread of because apparently a list was shared of different Black entertainers dating that were married or dating non-Black women or Black women. I don't remember exactly. So I think that was her answer to this, which is definitely something that is seen everywhere in the entertainment industry or like sports or whatever. It's usually people don't choose to date darker skinned Black women, or they go for white women directly, or ambiguous looking, which is the new thing right now.
Thank you.
I understand.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Thank you for saying that. Steph always try to get at me when I bring that up. It's the new thing in Hollywood, racially ambiguous, where she's Black, but I can't tell if she's Black. Is she white? Yeah. Thank you for saying that. All right. But
man, get out of here with
it's
that,
a real
man.
thing, though.
It's real. It's definitely a real thing, and I think the people in Haiti realized that it was a real thing. Where they was like, all right, are you down or are you not? And if you're not down, we got to take that neck, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what it came down to. Unfortunately, in this country, we don't operate like that, and so a lot of folks will come in here looking racially ambiguous, but they're really white supremacists. Shout out Doja Cat.
And let me say this too, right? Whenever there is a Black woman dark-skinned woman that's put out there, and we love her as far as the way she look. Y'all start women now start accusing these women of being men. Michelle Obama, Serena Williams, Meg Thee Stallion. Y'all on the record of calling these women men.
That's white people.
But then, no, that's. Have you seen the podcast?
Yeah, I don't like that either, because they're doing that with Megan Thee Stallion right now, and I don't like that either. That's a very, very bad thing that they're doing now.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna act like colorism doesn't exist. It definitely exists in a lot of cultures. You got people who marry lighter and lighter on purpose. You know what I mean? You got people who bleach their skin. You know what I mean? So yes, colorism does exist, but I don't think is the place of any fan or somebody in the crowd to be like, oh, y'all marry light-skinned people. Fuck out of here. It's like, yo, come on, yo. Just relax. You know what I mean? If they were a black woman, just relax, because then you get into a whole nother thing. You get into you're not black enough for us type of space. And that could be just as dangerous. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say more dangerous, but equally dangerous. So I think that and then I think there are enough brown skinned women who also, you know what I mean, get shine too. Yeah, we know about the racially ambiguous thing in Hollywood definitely being pushed. But you know, when somebody chooses to love a light-skinned woman, just stall them out, because like you said, this is a perfect example of somebody who doesn't abide by that colorism, but is still being called out for it just because his current woman is light-skinned. And then I think he also was probably a little sensitive because people brought out the fact that he was really cool with Sarah J. You know Sarah J, right? V, the porno, the white girl that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So apparently he's cool with her, and people.
Oh God.
Yeah. People try to assume they were in a relationship, and so I think he was freshly. Not gonna say.
She's another nigga lover, and that's what the hard ER.
Shout out to Sarah J.
Yeah. Shout out to her and all of the other nigga lovers that are out there that block black unions. Yes.
So she, Sarah J, if you don't know who she is, she's a white porn star that does a lot of black on white interracial porn. But
they don't like black people.
Right. Well, apparently Sarah J they outed Talib for having some type of relationship with her, and that was previous to this. So I think he probably had that on his chest when he was responding to this situation too. But I agree with you, Saladin, just to say I think she was bogus. HB2N says, talk about it, Schoolboy. Then he goes on to say, Schoolboy biggest enemy ain't the white man. And then Virginia Slim says, why would you engage in that type of bird babble? Block her and keep it moving. The Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press Twitter brand president Donnie 2. Did P Don get his back? I'm not sure.
I was about to say, I wanted to get on that one tweet. I think that was Virginia Slim that said, why would you go back and forth, just block them? Yeah, just block them and keep it moving. Listen, man, y'all keep expecting people to take the high road just because they got a little money. Listen, that's not the case. See, that was a thing like back in the day where you'll hear somebody say something and you just can literally keep walking. You didn't have to read it or see it being retweeted. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, like, nah, I got time for the dumb shit. You say how you feel.
Right. I mean, me personally, I would probably leave that shit alone. But, at the same time, like you said, he got time. But I think it's a little beneath him to respond to every little thing. Because like Schoolboy mentioned earlier, and I know this to be fact as well, he responds to damn near everything, which is like that's a little crazy. Like, just leave it alone. These are just people talking shit. You're who you are. Go do a concert, bro. You know what I mean? Go do some other shit. MsRavioli, your phone is kind of you're on portrait mode, but you're still upside to the side, and it's a little weird. So try to fix your view if you can. I don't know about the president getting his Twitter back. I did hear a little bit something about that. Louisville in the league says, my only thing about Talib Kweli is how does he have the time to argue with people all day? I mean, them royalties, bro. Royalties, man. Man is eating off of royalties and concerts, and he ain't got shit to do but go back and forth with niggas on Twitter. Which he could be doing other things, but I guess that's what he enjoys doing. That's his pastime. HB2N says, I stay praying for Schoolboy. His baby mom's was born a twin. The other baby was a vice grip.
Preach. Yeah, man.
All right, Brooklyn Honcho says she's trolling and wasn't ready for the smoke. And that's a fact. Horace says, first of all, you don't debate with children. Talib got too much time on social media and should focus on his kids. Black Star should reunite and make another classic. You know what? You're right. They should reunite. He should be doing more things. He should be writing. There's other things he could be doing. But, we all deserve a pastime, and that seems to be his. Steph, you were trying to say something?
Now, listen, I done been in a meme war on Facebook with my kids right there. It don't take that long to make a post. It really don't.
Yeah, but they said they went back and forth for 12 hours, and then it lasted after that for days.
Bro,
so
mine lasted for 48 hours. It was you had to been there to know, boy. It was crazy.
All right. Horace says, okay, we read that. Kalia says, social media has become the platform for punks, scary people, and cowards to hide behind. That's a fact. That's a fact. You got people who just talking shit behind their computer all day. And and they can at anybody, they can talk about anybody. But if you're a public figure, you should take that with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? J Cap says Talib does have a pattern, of getting into it with women. So I guess
they talk the most.
Say it again.
Because they talk the most. If it's people to say something about you, it's probably gonna be a woman to talk about you. And it's more women. I believe it's more women than it is men right now, right?
There is. But JCap also gives us a few examples. First, Yvette Carnell, then Dana. Salute to Dana with the data. Now this. It's a bad look. King Soul says, this sounds like some cover-up, smoke and mirrors. Wasn't Talib on the Epstein flight log? ? So I don't know, but I did hear about a lot of rappers being on that log. We're going to do a show on it coming up soon. We like to let all of the facts come out sometimes with certain, stories before we touch on it. But I definitely heard about the flight log and some of your favorite rappers being on there. But I don't know if Talib was on that flight log as well. And if he was, that'll be pretty interesting. Brooklyn Honcho says, sidebar, y'all really brought MsRavioli on the show. Wow. I have to wake up earlier tomorrow. Yeah, MsRavioli will be guest hosting a couple days a week, if sometimes when she can.
Yo, check this out. So here's the thing about MsRavioli. I don't know if can she still hear us and see us? It looks like her feed.
Yeah, it looks frozen, but good.
But I was looking through I was like, she looks familiar. I was looking through my emails. I've known MsRavioli for a very long time. I think I was proctoring a summer program. We were teaching kids how to code, and she was one of the folks who was there. So yeah, man, I appreciate that. Good to see you again.
Okay, so she's definitely frozen, but when she come back on, y'all can reconnect again. You're definitely the reason that she's came to this platform, though. She heard about you mentioned this on Star in the Morning, or not Star in the Morning, but on one of the Star's episodes of the Star Report, and she decided to check us out, and she stayed around.
Gotcha.
Virginia Slim says, didn't Ice Cube just create a new social media site? I'm not sure, but if he did, I will sign up.
Yo, these cats be making these like social media sites and doing these launches of these new businesses. They don't never tell black folks, and they just put these marketing around other places. It's not really for us like that. It's for them to make money. And just like when they make money and don't share it with none of us, and they don't really do nothing in our communities, that's what's happening, man. I'm really not encouraged when I see a rapper did something, a celebrity did something. So what? You know what I'm saying? When I'm getting my check for them getting money. And if I'm not, then why do I care about them getting money?
All right. Laura Bell says, why does it matter if she's light-skinned? She's black. People have their own preferences. I mostly date darker-skinned women. That's my preference. Get over it. HB2N says, dark-skinned girls more fertile for some reason. They always trying to have my babies. And HB2N says, Michelle Obama, I can see, but Meg the Stallion, sexy as hell, is just her name that got people confused. And go ahead, Kay.
I'm so confused about the Michelle Obama thing. I'm like, why? Why?
I will say this.
That the one that is why.
Yeah, I will
Yeah,
say this
Michelle,
though.
she's
She
Did
gorgeous.
y'all
is.
see? Did y'all see
And body.
pictures of Michelle Obama like in the early 1990s? Well, she was busted. She was not that
Bad.
cute. She really wasn't.
No,
No,
she
she
was
wasn't.
bad. No.
Okay, no.
No, she wasn't.
She
She
was
had
cute.
messed up
Listen,
teeth. Hold on, let me finish. She had messed up teeth and huge, goofy ass glasses. She was not. She was not like a Thank you, Logic, for giving me shine, baby. Listen, man, she wasn't that cute. It is what it is. I need to pull up that picture. I seen this picture of Michelle Obama back in the day before she got her teeth fixed and put some context in. She looked crazy, man.
All right.
listen. So basically, you're saying when women get money, pretty much every woman can look good. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm definitely saying that.
Isn't that when people get money? Period.
Yeah. I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that she's a man. I'm also not saying that she's a Vogue cover girl. She's not. I mean, but she's pretty enough. She was a very graceful first lady, very qualified for the role, an incredible woman. You know, just not necessarily my visual preference. That being said, you know, I really wish people. Yeah, Michelle looked crazy back in the day. I will say though. That people saying that she's a man, like, come on, bro. Like,
when someone doesn't usually have European features, they're always not considered the prettiest.
Yo, it's not about her not having European features. There are black women who have very African features who are attractive. She was not attractive.
No.
It also is
Her
hair
hair wasn't straight. Her hair wasn't straight.
I don't like straight hair.
Like
I don't like straight hair. I don't like
wasn't
weave.
wearing.
I don't
She
like
wasn't wearing the makeup to make her look lighter, like schoolboy likes.
I don't. Yo, wait. What's up with these personal attacks?
She didn't have the yaki in.
All right, guys. I definitely want to talk before before all this ends on the string that brings all these stories together. So let's run through these comments. And Mills Lane says colorism is sad but funny as fuck. Horace says bleaching is a crime and should stop. JCap says, is the woman critique? If the woman critique didn't apply to Talib, why did he get so mad? Like I said, I think that he was still upset that people earlier were speaking about his relationship with Sarah J, the white porn star who does a lot of interracial porn. So I think that's what, them talking about that is what kind of made him get triggered when this situation came up, in my opinion. HB2N says the only benefit of dating light-skinned girls is you can still see their ass in pitch black. Okay. Mills Lane says Juju, Amara La Negra, Naomi Campbell, and others can get it. Kalia says it's sad that we have people so concerned with who someone else's love, regardless of their color tone. Drink some water and mind your business. King Soul says all about the king's diet. If I love Chinese, if I love soul food, if I want Spanish food, etc., etc. It all depends on a nigga diet, for real, for real. Okay, you want to say something? You want to say something?
I'm just so confused. I like seriously. Sometimes I read comments and I get very confused. This is me being confused because I'm like, a diet really is based on your diet. What if the person doesn't know how to cook? Like, so you don't know how to cook? You don't know what to make? That's just my.
I mean, I don't know.
I think that I thought the diet was a metaphor.
Okay,
I didn't think he meant literal.
Oh no, because
maybe
yeah.
Maybe I don't know.
King, let us know if you meant literal. If you meant literal, I'm thinking he's assuming that the person can cook the food that represents their culture. Jordan says, can whoever used the term nigga lover expound on that point? And I think we did. I think Sarah J is a porn star who is very into interracial porn, basically. Vanessa, if you want to say anything else on that, or
no, I was just agreeing. She's exactly what we just stated. That's exactly it.
Sarah J is more known for her interracial porn than anything. Virginia Slim says, Quali smashed Sarah J. He was just.
Did he really smash Sarah J?
well, they're really cool. So
she looks like a man in the face. Like that's one who looked like a damn man in the face.
What is it with this
sure.
whole women looking like men thing, though? I really want to understand. Like, what makes?
Okay, so so women have a look. They look like women, right? And then some women look like men.
Look like?
And men don't like women that look like men. Women have like a softer jawline.
Do they?
You know, they have features. So are you saying you can't recognize a man versus a woman?
I'm saying that there's some people that have features that are not necessarily associated to women or men. I'm just saying there's some women that have a very strong jawline, that it is what it is. So I don't think you could say this person looks like a man because of a specific type of feature, because that's not.
So you can like
I don't think.
There's men with titties and there's women with facial hair.
It sounds good, but when I see a woman with a strong face and a strong jawline, she has masculine features in her face. She looks like a damn man. And there's some men who have softer features. They shave. A lot of us are wearing facial hair right now because if we shaved, we look very feminine. You know,
schoolboy.
You should look crazy. What?
How do you feel about pretty niggas?
I don't feel about pretty niggas. Thank you. He couldn't say it with a straight face.
All right.
Yeah, I don't feel about pretty niggas. Thanks for asking, though.
So yeah, to finish the Virginia Slim's comment, he said he was just trying to get by, and then so King So said everybody got different tastes. Woman who immediately judged the queen and king, the queen or king is with really just has personal issues for real. And he also went on to say both, double entendre. You know what I mean? So basically, he's expecting an Asian woman to be able to cook Asian food, a black woman to be able to cook soul food, a woman from Spain or Latin descent to be able to cook Spanish food. And King So says Sarah J looked like Triple H. And HB2N says Sarah J and Lansky have the same face. Brooklyn Honcho says Steph got jokes. And Saladin says, real quick, Melanated People is the black-owned Facebook, and Bean Now is black-owned Twitter. So there you go. If you're looking for black-owned social media, he said Melanated People is the black-owned Facebook, and Bean is now the black-owned Twitter. And Saladin also said, nah, don't do that. He's been back and forth for days with the white racist men. So yeah, so that's it for the comments for now. The last one is from the Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press, says she looked like her daddy too much, looking like a man. Kay don't seem to be feeling that. So real quick, this is the last story that I want to talk about in regards to people and their freedom of speech per se, because I really want to speak about this whole PC culture and as it regards to so-called black folks. And this is Cardi B mocks a commentator Ben Shapiro for reading of WAP. So she basically, some commentator read the WAP lyrics, I guess, in order to disparage or make fun of or just critique them, that them being Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. And this is him reading it, and this is him, I guess, demonizing it as well. So, here we go.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. Hold up. I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effing with some wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I want to ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet. Come take a dive. It continues along these lines. And it gets significantly more vulgar. Like a lot more vulgar. Talk your S word, bite your lip. Ask for a call while you ride that D word. You really ain't never gonna F him for a thing. He already made his mind up before he came. Now get your boots and your coat for this wet ass P word. pay my tuition just to kiss me on this wet ass, right? So this is, guys, this is what feminists fought for. This is what the feminist movement was all about. It's not, it's not really about, women being treated as independent, full, rounded human beings. It's about wet ass P word. And if you say anything differently, it's because you're a misogynist, you see. It gets really, really vulgar.
All right, so there you have it. The commentator talking about wet ass P word, as he put it. Let's go ahead and talk about this really quick before we get into the real main topic, which is political correctness as it pertains to our people. I'm gonna go on the roll. Let's start with Schoolboy. Schoolboy commentator reads wet ass P word.
So, excuse me. I'm on the fence on this one. So on one hand, I get where he's coming from about being politically correct. And actually, in my opinion, I think that this song and the whole, I've had women in my comments on Facebook say stuff like, this is a women's empowerment video. And bro, I've heard this video. Like I've heard the song, I watched the video. What exactly are women being empowered to do by Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B shaking their ass and talking about wet ass pussy? What have they been empowered to do that they couldn't do before the song? On the other side of it, I get it. Like that's just what they want to do, and you just want to be careless and free and black and cool. But it's timing. I just don't think that like in 2020 in August, 2 months after we've been having riots about, Black Lives Matter and stuff like that, I just don't know that this is the best timing for this. I think that there might have been a better time to drop this. Like there's other things that y'all could do besides talking about, poom poom. Like we get it. We all came from vaginas. We love vagina. It is what it is. But do we want to hear your strip club banger this summer? No, I'm good actually.
But does he have the right to critique it? This guy.
Yeah, he can have an opinion. He can have an opinion, and he's just weird about doing it. You know what I'm saying? He over here talking wet ass P word, like bro, calm your ass down. You know what I'm saying? Acting like a little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's let Kay have a turn on this. Kay, you vocally stood up for the wet ass P word on your show on IG. Yes. And this guy is critiquing heavy. He's demonizing them. What's your thoughts on this?
Okay. So do we want to hear WAP this summer? Yes, all summer long, in the car, when I go on road trip with my friends, in my house. Yes, I want to hear this song. Two, this video was hilarious, okay? I just want to say this. Him saying wet ass P word is the funniest thing I've seen in a few days, Also, when he linked this video to feminism, talking about this is what feminists wanted, I don't think a man in his position right now should be talking about what the feminist movement is about. Even though I don't think I'm a feminist, I'm more of a womanist, because feminism doesn't include intersectionality. So they don't really include, Black women and other races. But I'm just saying, this video, I like the graphic. I thought this song is not something that we haven't heard before. There's women before that have done songs like this, but for some reason, whenever women talk openly about sexuality and openly about stuff like that, the whole world is like, oh my God, what about the kids? Oh my God, this is so vulgar. But when men do it all the time, because literally you can find any rap songs about this that men have done, there's no heat, literally nothing that is being said. So I just think it's a lot of words for people are just being mad at this for no reason. I'm just like, stop acting like you don't have sex every day or multiple times a week, because there wouldn't be that many humans in the world if people were not having sex. So I just think people need to get over it.
Well, you raised a good point about feminism and as it regards to Black women and the quote unquote Black women. And my question to you and the rest of this panel as you take on this subject, because we're not really rehashing the WAP subject as much. But thank you for that still, because I know how you feel. You feel powerful about it, and I want people to get their opinions out, that especially what they feel powerful about, what they feel strongly about. But for me, I was a little taken back at this white man demonizing them. You know what I mean? So how do you feel about this guy coming at them like you said, him and his position. Like, do you feel like it's a little different when we speak about it as a community? Because Schoolboy talked about it as us not wanting to hear it as a people right now, where we're fighting for, against police brutality and injustices like that. He's just demonizing them. You know what I mean? Like, look at these sick black bitches is basically what he want to say. You know what I mean? So does it make a difference that he's white talking about it on a national platform?
No, I'm just like, I don't know why we should care about his opinion about, especially when we talk about something that is creative. This is music. This is a video clip. I don't care about his opinion on this specific said song because first of all, he's not targeting my demographic, so I don't care. His demographic probably thinks the same exact thing. We're not going to change people's opinions on things like that. It's cool. It can think what he wants. And when it comes to, as a community, do Black people want to hear this now? I think I'll repeat what I said. I feel like in times like this, there's people that have different, different purpose. We've seen the versus battles that have been really entertaining people during the whole quarantine. And I feel like some people have to entertain. Some people have to be messengers. Some people have to actively, be in the streets and act with the community and stuff like that. But I just think, I think it's fun. Why can't we just have fun? We can't have just one song that is fun and things without people criticizing it. I don't understand.
Right, but I like to leave it on the main part. What I'm bringing it up for is this white guy. So you're saying that his opinion doesn't matter because he's speaking to a demographic who probably already thinks that way. You're saying so it doesn't.
For me personally, his opinion doesn't matter. It was just hilarious to watch, and I think that the demographic that listens to this type of songs usually would not even think that way. They already listen to Cardi B, or they already listen to Meg Thee Stallion. They already know the kind of content that could come out of that. You know what I mean? You already know what you're signing up for. So you're not even listening to this kind of things because that's not the demographic that you're in, especially the way social media works nowadays. You don't necessarily are subjected to what this guy would say because that's not your sphere on social media.
Okay. Okay. I'll speak on my feelings on it later, but MsRavioli, what's your thoughts on this guy speaking on the wet ass P word?
Well, I mean, I don't believe him. Like, I believe he might be in the midst of a predominantly African American strip club at any given time. I mean, I hear what he's saying, but to me, men are men all day long. And then also, there's a subset of the population that is just not in fight mode. If
Right.
you know what I mean, they want to have fun. A lot of people were tired of being in the house, and this is an outlet for them.
Okay, fair enough. Steph, your words on the commentator demonizing wet ass P word. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah, you're on Teddy Riley, bro.
Okay, to get to this man specifically, right? All right. I just feel like him bringing up the feminism thing was such a stretch, right? It is a pretty vulgar song, but sex sells. You know what I'm saying? Like they like I said this before. They use a model, a skinny model in the goddamn Hardee's burger commercials. You know what I'm saying? One ain't got nothing to do with the other. You got a woman in a bikini eating a burger because sex sells. And you know what? It proved because their sales went up. Also, I feel like this is just one of them weak ass men trying to control women because women be choosing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm about to say, I grew up singing and writing songs about killing niggas.
Mm-hmm.
And no one had a problem with it. Wasn't worried about the community. But now you make a song about popping their pussy and niggas like Schoolboy will say shit like, this ain't the time to be making songs like this. But niggas is still out there fucking. So we got time to fuck in real life, but we can't hear a song about it for 3 minutes and some change? Like, let's get out of here with this, man. This is foolishness. Can we admit bullshit when we doing bullshit and when we saying bullshit? Because that's what this is.
Steph,
this is not an issue.
Steph, you have daughters as well, though, right?
Huh?
Do you have daughters? I know you have children. Are they?
No, I got 2 boys.
Okay, Schoolboy has two daughters. What if he's coming at it as a father of 2 daughters?
Schoolboy, you still fucking?
I can't confirm or deny my activities outside of this program.
All right, listen. I really want to talk about the PC culture before we move on. Vanessa, I know you have to leave soon, so I definitely want to get to it. We already passed the 10 o'clock mark, but we didn't reach 3 hours of the show yet. So thank you all for staying on the line. I do want to bring it all to a full circle of a last conversation piece about PC culture. But Vanessa, can you give us your feedback on this commentator and his thoughts on the wet ass P word?
Yes. In the words of Cardi B, they're using my name for clickbait. And I think that's exactly what this guy is doing. I feel like with the type of program that it seems like he's running, hip hop artists wouldn't normally be on the roster for him to speak of. And I feel like because it's the quote unquote trendy thing to do, he's trying to include himself in that conversation. I don't think it's genuine. I don't think it's necessary. And, I don't think it's the perfect image for young Black women, but there's content for adults and then there's also content for children as well. So I do think that, people need to be mindful when they do criticize people's artwork and understand exactly what it's for.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm gonna read the comments, and Chris Jones says, "Good morning. Good morning to you, brother. Good to see you." Horace says, "If male rappers can talk about fucking women like crazy, WAP is basically doing the same shit to men. Let them do what they want. And why is Kylie in it?" I think that's a general census. Nobody knows what Kylie is doing in that video. Virginia Slim says, on another note, Shapiro is in a far-right racist piece. Shapiro is in far-right racist pieces of shit. Fuck them. Yeah, fuck them, man. Mills Lane says, if a woman wants a guy that's 6'5", I don't have to complain about her choices. That guy was basically crying about women he feels are unattainable to him. Okay, that makes sense too. I don't think he had a chance with anybody like them. HB2N says, Horace, women and men not the same.
I mean, let's be real. Ben Shapiro could get Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B if he wanted to. He could. If he had enough money, like they'll do a music video for him at his house.
It looks like somebody had something to say about that. You wanted to say something about that, Kay?
I don't think so. I think Cardi B has enough money that she don't need to do that, and she could do it. I mean, you know what I mean? She's doing her own stuff, and yeah, I don't think so. Also, Meg Thee Stallion, I really don't see it happening. I just don't see it.
Cardi B wouldn't, but Meg Thee Stallion absolutely would. She made a video with
so y'all are telling
house.
me
hold on, let her finish. You said she made a video where?
With G-Eazy at his house. So I think Megan Thee Stallion would definitely do it for a bag.
Right.
It wasn't because he was. We're not saying no because he white. We're saying no because he corny. G-Eazy.
No.
G-Eazy cool as hell.
G-Eazy is corny, right? That's what I'm saying. What's the difference between G-Eazy and this Shapiro dude?
G-Eazy cool as hell. Ben Shapiro. Oh
no.
How do you know G-Eazy is cool as hell?
Corny. G-Eazy is corny.
All right, guys, we can't talk at the same time because, as you know, the mic will cut somebody off. Even when there's sounds in the background and I talk as the host, I get cut out the most. Until we can fix that somehow, I apologize to the audience in advance. But Schoolboy, what was your point? You got animated, but we didn't hear your point. What's your point?
I'm saying it's not because he's white. It's because you're talking about Cardi B. We're not talking about a moralist. It just is what it is. Cardi B is not motivated by morals, bro. She's never been motivated by. She's been motivated by the money. You know what I'm saying? Like dollar bills for dollar thrills. So if Ben Shapiro has enough dollar bills, she's doing a video at his house. He don't care. Don't nobody care how lame he is. She's not thinking about how lame this dude is. Like, come on.
All right. So I don't want to go back and forth with that.
I'm about to say. Cardi B has more money than her husband now, but she's still there. I'm sorry.
All right. MsRavioli?
I support Schoolboy wholeheartedly. I believe that I don't believe that there's ever enough money for most of the strippers. So Cardi B definitely Megan Thee Stallion, more than likely. And I used to work in a strip club, so I was not a dancer, but I have witnessed that money moves those women
There you go.
in that industry
All right, so Brooklyn Honcho,
all the time.
says 2020 BWP, I guess Black Wet P word. That was a vulgar group in the 90s. Oh no, so I don't know what BWP was, but specify what that is. That was a vulgar rap group in the 90s. Okay. Kalia says nothing about the video is empowering, but selling WAP. J Cap says that nasal tone makes anything he says sound racist. That was hard to listen to, referring to the WAP commentator. HB2N says the theme of the video is recreating the Adam and Eve story, but instead it's Eve in a Garden of Eden. That's a feminist dream. King So says, shaking my head, where are the mothers? Lord have mercy. Lord Vel says, why be empowered and why not be empowered in other ways? I think he had a little typo there. Why not be empowered in other ways? HB2N says it took more as a father speaking, not a white man. I took it more as a father speaking, not a white man. But I'm prone to agree with the homie before. I mean, it just sounded like he was on some racist, the wet ass P word. It just came off a little weird. HB2N says he knows his kids will hear it. That's a good point. Even if he tries to stop them from hearing it, most likely they'll hear it from their friends. OGP says, yeah, you know me, says, laugh out loud. The only people mad at WAP are people dealing with Dave, laugh out loud. You can definitely party on the weekends and protest during the week. The Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press. This song has been put out in a timely manner, only meant to distract our queens from Beyonce's Black King movement. Songs of identity, freedom, lineage, our culture. Peep the distraction. And
can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Why are we acting like? Because everybody acting like, this don't empower none but selling pussy and this, that, and the third. Why are we acting like wet ass pussy ain't at a premium? Niggas, like, we ain't still paying top, like, niggas ain't out here still paying top dollar for pussy. Can we stop this?
No, simps are paying top dollar for pussy. That's free.
No. Pussy is $40. Wet ass pussy is still at a premium. You getting the two confused, sir.
All right, I definitely
premium. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I definitely don't know the price of pussy. I've heard it was $40, but I definitely don't know the price of bad. I think bad pussy would be $40, but I definitely don't know the price of pussy, and I don't want to dwell on that. I do want to, however, get through these comments so we can get to the real discussion at hand. Laura Bell says, I need the smoothie after this. Horace says, I believe I deserve some WAP. HB2N says, she got a point. He definitely clouded up off of it. And Vanessa had to go. She had to get ready for work. And thank you all for staying with us. I know you're all busy. Schoolboy's at work. I know MsRavioli has to get to work too. And Steph has things to handle. And Kay is on vacation. And it's our first show. So sorry we were late this morning and that we're going over. But I definitely want everybody's final opinion on the PC culture as it regards to Black people. OGP says, Ben Shapiro is definitely just a racist. He says systematic racism doesn't exist because there are rich Black people. Laugh out loud. Saluddin says, dude is a whole clown. Feminism never been about Black women. That's 1. 2, people are doing too much. We've heard worse. If anything, your woman would hear WAP come on and go crazy when they get home. And who doesn't love WAP? Someone who hasn't had any? I grew up with Akinelli. Fall Back. Akinelli, the rapper who sung Put It in Your Mouth, which was a dope song. Kalia says, great show. Thank you. We appreciate that. HB2N says 100. Thank you for being on the check-in, HB2N. Thank you as well, Kalia. She says, thank you to Horace for his point. Laura Bell says, corny rich white guys or corny rich white guys, period, can get a woman. Stop it. The Aboriginal She Amarucan Press says this commentator shows that there's no balance in our music coming over the radio waves. Where is the woke conscious female rappers getting some equal shine? Sok.Kay, hey,
Can I say something
yes,
about
you
this?
can.
Okay, so actually Cardi B addressed this in a recent video because people were coming at her for the WAP video, and they were saying, why are you talking about something so sexual? And she actually addressed it. She was like, I'm using sexual content because sex sells, and this is what people want to hear. She's like, when she was talking about when she did other songs, when she was talking about something that were a little bit more deep, people were not about it. When there's other conscious rappers, female rappers and male rappers that are out here talking about deep stuff, people don't listen to them. People don't give them the streams on streaming platforms. So then she's like, how do you blame me when you're the consumer? You know what I mean? And I think she has a point. People don't support the conscious rapper, but then they want to blame the actual rappers that are making bank right now, aka Cardi B, because she's making songs about sex. Then go support the other people. Then we can talk about it.
Just to be,
that's a misnomer.
hold on. Just to be, objective and to bring another side to that. Me personally, in my experience of knowing certain things about the industry, from what I've seen from my vantage point, having a inside look, the marketing dollars don't necessarily go to those artists neither. So when you talk about marketing dollars and distribution, then it becomes a systematic thing, right? What they actually push to us, because they're great rappers who talk about great things, but they don't get the same push from the quote unquote music industry. And if they did, then we would say I would agree that well, why don't we support them over the other ones, right? But when we know that there's a system funding certain messages, then we gotta give responsibility to the people funding these messages, and we gotta look at it as when people say things like that as well. You're selling, you're technically selling out. You're saying, well, if I do this, I'm not going to get the same push from the industry, so I'm not going to make art that I'm passionate about. I'm just going to sell sex because it sells, and to me, that's not an answer,
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's about money. I mean, this is a job. She's a rapper, but it's still a job. It's still money. She still has to make money and pay for things. All I'm going to say is that in response to your thing, I do agree that the industry is pushing for certain type of content. But when you look at, example, Chance the Rapper made it. But then most of the comments that you hear about him is, well, I'm not going to listen to somebody that is so happy all the time. Or like, he's not, you know what I'm saying? We don't give him as much streams, as much plays as other people that talk about stuff that are not as positive, for example.
But Chance the Rapper is whack. Let me just go on the record saying that.
He the feds, man.
In that, I mean, he got a couple songs I can rock to, but for the most part, he's trash. But I just want to say that.
I'm about to say, Chance is whack. I will say that. I gotta agree. I'm not a liar. I do respect your point, but Chance is kind of whack. But Hove is the GOAT. He made 444. In my opinion, it was his best piece of work. He talked about loving on his wife, not cheating, apologizing for cheating. He talked about financial empowerment. He talked about legacy, structuring the Black family. And I heard, I thought everybody, when I heard the album, I was just like, oh yeah, I want to hear what everybody else thinks, because I thought it was a masterpiece. Get back to the streets, and streets saying, man, that nigga Hove washed. Hove is washed. Man, nobody trying to hear that shit. That is a fact. Now, there's two things can be true at once, because there's still a market for it. There's still a market for it. And they choose to put the marketing dollars for the sex and the guns. They choose to put the money there. There's still a market for conscious rappers, because you still see Hove. You still see J. Cole. You still see Kendrick Lamar. They're still successful because there's a lane for conscious music. I still listen to lyrics. You know what I'm saying? So two things can be true at once is all I'm pretty much saying.
All right, copy that. HB2N says Simps only paying, and then he goes on to say $400 an hour for WAP. And Brooklyn Honcho says Steph just made my day with the truth covered in jokes, and I'm glad to hear that. Real talk. The Aboriginal She Amarucan News Press says you must be paying for pussy, not the real G's. And then HB2S says, damn, so Cardi B blaming the people. And Virginia Slim says, when was Cardi B doing music that was deep? I never heard of it, but I definitely know she does like some lives at times where she talks about deep things, you know. So I have heard her talk on deep things.
She the smart stripper that you actually want to have a conversation with.
Right, but
and can we also notice this, that Meg Thee Stallion is 24, Cardi B is 27. What did y'all expect them to make a song about exactly?
Nah, man, we're not giving them no pass like that.
Come on. No. I'm 26. Let's
Thank
not do
you.
this.
Yeah.
Let's really not do this.
What song you would have made?
You can make a song about anything. You really make a song about anything.
And that's why I'm not giving her a pass. Like, well, all I'm gonna do is do a song about my poom.
No, it's not a question of giving a pass. It's a question of, like you said, there's different types of market. And when it comes to female rappers that make conscious type of music, conscious rap, there is not that many in the mainstream. There's not that many in the front scene. People are not really aware of them. So that's just the way it is, especially when they take female rappers, they market them directly for sex. They sexualize them with their clothes. It's known. It's literally known. There's episodes of Love and Hip Hop that recently aired where this girl was like, yeah, I'm trying to do this and this. And this man was like, okay, so I'm going to need you to go get a boob job, get your ass done and fix your, you know what I'm saying? That's the reality of things. So you can't be out here
So my question becomes then, when we start having these kind of narratives, of when are women going to empower themselves to not be described and characterized by what men want or what they think is going to sell in their sex? So are women just there to sell their sex? Is that their value as an artist?
I feel like you could do both. You could do what you want. If they choose
to use and that's my point. So why is it always like the default is always, well, I got some okay lyrics, but look at this pussy. Like,
but I guess that's where the marketing goes. But when you look at female rappers nowadays, that's what it is. That's what's in the mainstream, and I guess that's where the money is being pushed to. When you look at Missy Elliott,
I've never put no money in Cardi B's hand. I'm never gonna go to any of her concerts.
Did you ever, as somebody that uses your streaming services at your house, ever streamed a Cardi B or Meg Thee Stallion or any type of song where Cardi B was featured? If that's the case, your dollar is going to Cardi B or other female rappers that of the sort. You know what I mean? So let's not, in my opinion, I just think people should do what they want. Just listen to the music that you want to listen to. If you're looking for more conscious rappers, they are out there. I listen to them, you know what I mean? As well as I listen to Cardi B, as well as I listen to Megan Thee Stallion. You can
do both. Bars.
Well, I don't want people to confuse the fact that just because something's popular and somebody makes a lot of money doesn't mean that they're good artists or their artist isn't trash or their art isn't trash.
Bars.
I like what she does. It's Instagrammable.
All right, guys, let's move on. Let's move on. Thank you for everybody's point of view, though, but I want to definitely get to the topic at hand, and we have more comments coming in because every time you guys say something so profound, people are chiming in. So, Lord Vel said,
can I ask a question real quick? Not that it has to be answered right now, but I want to know, is there a correlation, like to the men here? Is there a correlation between a woman's sexual freedom and males fearing that women will gain a better understanding of like the penile spectrum? You don't have to answer it now, but I want to.
Are you referring to like the double standard, basically, when you say that? Is that what you're asking about? Is you referring to like the double standard of like why men could think that they went too far, but then listen to like a Snoop Dogg record? Is that kind of what you're talking to?
No, like with a woman's sexual freedom, right? Is a man fearing that the woman will then find out about other penis sizes and compare more men to them? Is that a fear? And I see Steph laughing. I see Schoolboy kind of rocking his head back, and you are smiling.
Right. I think because I can't speak for a man, but I don't think that's the issue at all. Steph does, for one, is one of the men that don't have a problem with the WAP movement. Schoolboy, I don't think that's his issue. And when it comes to me, I think my personal beliefs on the situation is not, a woman could be sexual. Listen. I got a long history with hoes. Let me just say that hoes is my friends. I love, hoes. They cool with me. Hoes have always been good to me.
I love bitches.
So they say there's some hoes in this house. You know what I mean? In my day, I would have been in the house too. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't have a problem with them, but it's not about that. When people say they have a problem with it, it's more about the message. And with me, my vantage point on the situation, or my particular take on it, is I agree with the message being maybe sent to the younger generation wrong. But for me, the what's I'm not gonna say intimidating, but what I don't like about, let's just say, the WAP movement is that, I'm losing my train of thought, but it's more or less like women are, to me, in my mind, the gatekeepers of the WAP, right? So I think when I hear women talk about it so freely, which can be taken as liberating, they cheapening, the pussy. They're cheapening the WAP. Whereas a guy could talk about slinging dick all day, but we know it ain't up to him. You know what I mean? It ain't up to him who he fuck. It's up to the woman if she's going to let him fuck, right? So that nigga could talk about not loving them hoes and talk all that trash all day, but in reality, if a woman don't let him in, he not coming in. Whereas with a woman, it's up to them. So I think in that regards, some of us are a little taken back when we see women, publicly cheapen the pussy. You know what I'm saying? And that's just my take on it. So yeah. So Steph, and
So when you say cheapen, do you mean stretching out? Like, is that a politically correct term, or
it's not politically correct at all, and which is why I want to get to the topic of at hand before I don't have you guys here. Is what do you think about being politically correct? But no, it's definitely not a politically correct term. But when you say stretching,
yes.
that right there is my point. It's cheapening it, right? It's like if you have a drink and you water it down, you're weakening it. You know what I mean? If she spreads the pussy all over the place, as the brother, as they talked about earlier, about the price of pussy, then the price must go down, because now it's community pussy. It's no more. It's no more. No, it's not a strong gate at the door. You know what I mean? So we expect women to. We want to feel like, first of all, us as men, we want to feel like you just gave it to us. First of all, let's just be real about that. We know you've been doing you before us, and you'll do. It's not ours. It's just our turn. But we like to believe in our world that we had what it take to get past the pearly gates. You know what I mean? To the WAP. You know what I mean? So with that being said, if we know that, give me some money and you can taste this, you know what I mean? So, then it's like, that's what makes real niggas not want to pay. That make real niggas that don't pay for pussy. You know what I mean? Well, real niggas say they don't pay for pussy, but that's to be argued as well. So, Steph, you had something to say for a while?
Let me stop you there. Yeah, man. You out of control. To think that you think that a nigga dick is wearing out a female's vagina is just naive. I mean, literally, a baby comes through there, my nigga, and it snaps back.
Hold on. I never said worn out. So let's not put words in my mouth. I'm saying that it can cheapen. If I feel like anybody can hit and I hit, then that's cheapening the pussy. You know what I'm saying? If I feel like anybody can hit, I want to feel special because I hit.
Community pussy is a thing. Let's not
First
act
of
like
all,
it's
community dick is also a thing.
Yes, it is.
Nobody said that's
And
not
also,
true. Nobody said that's not true.
No, and also let's not talk about cheapening the pussy, because first of all, just the fact that you're talking about cheapening as if there's a price to it or something, it's your imagination, it's your issues that you think that you want to think that you're the only one that had access to it. You deal with it yourself. It has nothing to do with women and the way they use their vagina.
Vagina definitely has value.
Women can use their vagina. You fix it. When people are like, oh yeah, I don't want to imagine that somebody had access to it. Yes, other people had access to it. The same way other people had access to you before, which is fine. People just need to get over this.
Like Schoolboy said, nobody said that there's not such thing as community dick. But like I was saying, in the whole beginning of it, in the end, my point is women are the gatekeepers. A man could talk all this shit he want, but he cannot have the pussy if she does not say yes. We all know it's 10 times easier for a man to say yes than a woman to say, you know what I mean? We all know that most niggas will fuck almost anything. There's a lot of niggas out there that will fuck almost anything. Niggas will throw their dick on the crab table any given day. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is women are the gatekeeper. So because women are the gatekeeper, and I think we lost her really quick. I hope she can still hear this. My point is because women are the gatekeepers. You hear me? Did you hear me? I know you went out a little bit.
Yeah, I got a call.
All right. My point is because women are the gatekeepers, that's the ones we want to see lock it down versus offer it to anybody. We know it's not realistic that it's not going to be just me. But if I feel if anybody can hit, then that shit is not special. And that's what most dudes wouldn't even fuck with. But there's still dudes that'll fuck with community pussy. That's the difference between community pussy and community dick, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not, even though men should value themselves, but when we do value ourselves, we come off even more desirable because that's not like most men. Most men are like, yeah, take the dick. Who want the dick? You want the dick? We open the door for you. You want some dick? You know what I mean? Like the joke goes, you know what I mean? We press the elevator button for you. You want some dick? That's, you know what I mean? Like, we always offering dick, right? But then that one guy who takes himself more serious, that's who most, stand-up women will want. And that's because of the dynamic of you guys are more times the gatekeeper of the special WAP. The WAP is special. It is worthy. It is.
Well, Logic.
Go ahead.
Logic, can we accept the fact that men and women are not the same? Like, men and women aren't equal. There are things that women can do that men cannot do. There are things that men can do that women cannot do. There's not and then the other side of that coin is, when do we empower women to take control of their sexuality by actually not broadcasting it? Because we know that the whole sexual liberation thing is, let me broadcast pussy and sexuality. Is it also empowering for a woman to say, you know what, I'm going to actually retain that and hold that for myself and for the people that I actually want to share that with? It's not going to be like, if I hear somebody talking about spreading their wet ass pussy, that's not what I'm going to be blasting out the speakers in my car. Is that not empowerment?
I think that I think it's going to be hard to get people to agree on your point. You know what I'm saying? To make it widespread, but I concur with a lot of what you're saying. But I think to get us to agree with that widespreadly, that probably won't happen. And before I let you speak, Steph, I just want to say this, right? And I do always find it quite funny when women, feel they're taking these empowering pictures and they're naked, right? To me, and this is just my sidebar, I'll just throw this out there. And it's their right, but niggas is still gonna beat their meat over that shit. Like, that shit is not that's, at the end of the day, you just giving niggas spank bank material. That's all it is. You think you're empowering some shit
for free.
So Steph, yeah, let's go. What you have to say, Steph?
Just to that immediate point, sure.
The spank bank material?
But porn is free. I mean, sure, it can be that, but porn is free. Why would I waste my time with a picture? However, this is what I want to talk about. Get back to MsRavioli's point, and I'm glad you brought up this question, because what it really does, it shows a lot of little dick energy. Like, it's a lot of little dick energy. Y'all be like, ooh, I'm gonna be uptight because the women start talking about choosing up, and the fact that a bigger dick out there. Find out there's a bigger dick out there. Y'all, you get a little insecure. You know what I'm saying? Niggas
not
insecure about themselves that they want you to think. We be real. We be big insecure for real. Let's be honest.
Steph, maybe that, I don't understand that, because I just don't understand that. However, I will say this: as a straight man, my thoughts and ideas and the things that motivate me is not the dick size of another man.
Facts.
I've never thought about it. I don't be like, you know what? I wonder if that big dick nigga over there would do this shit. Like, that's just not part of my thought process.
Yo, facts. And Steph, I hear your point, and I definitely want to go into the chat so we can get to the real topic at hand. But to answer your question, no, man, it's not a little dick energy. I just look at women as the gatekeepers of the pussy. They say yes or no because I respect them. You know what I mean? If it wasn't that, then it would be something else. You know what I mean? I think men are more often the ones that will fuck anything. And I look at women as the ones who actually don't fuck anything. They're more choosy, actual women, not necessarily the hoes that are in the house and that they talking about in the song.
Wait, but can't they be the gatekeepers and also talk about whatever they want to do with their bodies? because that's their body.
Yes.
But the thing is,
No, you can't
So
do
why do
you
you
can't
feel,
do
no?
two
But my
things at
thing,
once. Basically,
you
that's what they said.
so my thing,
You
no.
can.
The reason why I'm confused is because why do you feel a way about women talking about what they want to do with their
She
body?
literally.
Why why do you feel away? Why do you feel away? Why do you why? As a man, why do you feel away about what women said they wanted to do with their bodies?
I was
on
answering
a song?
MsRavioli's question, or as to the dynamic of men and how they feel about when women are, being liberated by, like Schoolboy said, broadcasting it. But if we're going to go back to the song, they said a lot of things that just rubbed me the wrong way, especially when they spoke of prostitution. She spoke about getting her bills paid. You can kiss the wet ass pussy if you pay for her college tuition, which is nothing short of prostitution. So, I don't look at hoes being in the house and prostitution as women liberation. You know what I mean? And when we talk about women being the gatekeepers, I'm just saying, and I'm not saying I haven't fucked community pussy before. I have definitely fucked that wet paper bag known as community pussy before in my day. But what I'm saying is, I would much rather have a woman who is not for anybody, who is, as they say, not for the streets, who is not for sale for tuition money. You know what I mean? If she's not for sale, then I would feel privileged versus, oh, well, I can pay for it. Because what do you do with shit you pay for? You don't, you know what I mean? Like, versus, what do you do with things that come easy? You don't value things that come easy. That's a fact. You don't value things that, even money. Money could come easy. What happened? Easy come, easy go. You know what I mean? So if it come easy, you're not going to value it the same. That's just what it is. And let's be real. The men, yeah, we men, but it's up to the woman more times. Yeah, I mean, I value my shit now. I had to learn that in maturity and say, look, I can't fuck anything. You know what I mean? But that came with maturity. But as a young man, I was fucking everything. You know what I mean? So I know what it's like to be a thirsty dude that was just fucking everything and having to talk his way and finesse his way and walk on eggshells and be that perfect guy to get the draws. You know what I mean? So we get the draws. The women give the draws. You know what I mean? That's just the dynamic. You feel me? But let's just go into the rest of these comments really quick. HB2N says, damn, so Cardi blaming the people. We read that already. Laura says, what are you talking about, Lil Baby? J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, and etc. put out conscious music. Stop it at once. Lauryn Hill was considered the best rapper for a time. The powers can promote positivity if they want. HB2N says, maybe Cardi is just not talented or knowledgeable enough to sell those type of records. Slim says Chance is an agent, and that's something that Schoolboy was saying earlier. HB2N says Chance has been whack. Brooklyn Honcho says too much work to be woke. Ain't too many people trying to work after woke.
I'm sorry, but am I mistaken?
Hold on, bro. People just want to shake and pop. Go ahead.
Am I mistaken? Did somebody just say Lil Baby as a conscious rapper? He got one conscious song. Stop that.
Okay.
One song.
All right. Keenan says Chance the Rapper equals Plant. Horace says Chance wants you to be happy. Schoolboy, since you aren't getting any. Keenan says facts. I thought 444 was amazing. Jordan says we as consumers have to take some responsibility in this imbalance. If we're as vocal about artists like Rhapsody with a message as we are about Cardi, they'd be more motivated to push that product.
It's funny, y'all think that they give a fuck what we want to buy when we're not buying the shit anyway. When was the last time you bought an album, man? I'm not buying shit from these artists. When they come in my town, I'll pay them money. But really, who's buying it? The label's buying up a bunch of the streams and all of the other bullshit. We already know what the game is.
Aboriginal Shiamaruki News Press says check Hove on that Black is King Disney album. Jay is only getting better, God. HB2N says Tupac was 25 when he died. Stop it. Speaking to the point where people that were young don't make conscious music. Plenty of young people do make music conscious when they're young.
Can I say something about that too? Tupac said a lot of dumb shit too. He talked about killing niggas. He was all over the place like most 25-year-olds are.
Okay.
Just
But there are
that
a lot of
same
young
dumb shit
people
got
that
him killed.
But there are a lot of young people that talk that, talk conscious talk from young and never deter from it. So I do think young people can, make good music as well. Keenan Khan says New York 27 equals 35. I will agree with that. You grow up fast in New York. I can contest to that. Kalia says Jordan Brower 100. Jordan also says bring Sok.Kay back, y'all. So see, they love you here. Just so you know, we all have different opinions most times, but somewhere in between that is the audience's newfound conclusion. So we like everybody to bring their opinion, and we get on each other's nerves sometime and everything. So if we got on your nerves this morning, just know that may happen. But I'm speaking to you, Kay, as the newest one. But just know that that's going to happen, and people are going to come up with their own conclusion, and that means we did our job. You know what I mean?
Yo, Kay is so sick of our shit, boy.
She should know how I get down, though. I'll be in the comments going in, you know what I'm saying? So, but I definitely don't go in the same way I would in the comments as I do when I'm actually hosting a show. But, we do have to let our opinions out. All opinions are noteworthy here. And somewhere in that is a strong conclusion for the audience member. Jordan says, I don't understand the issue with female rappers owning their sexuality in the same way that their male counterparts do. OGP says, nah, definitely. Some men are scared of women not settling for bad dick. Dry ass vagina is a pandemic. HB2N says maybe black female rappers can't be conscious from a female point of view, because not all aspects of female life are being rapped about. Where are the rapping wives who speak on taking care of their family? Brooklyn Honcho says, so we just going to ignore the facts that MsRavioli says she was in them clubs, pee hopping around.
Well, I didn't ignore it. I just didn't bring it back up.
She said she wasn't. She said she wasn't a dancer. I think. Were you serving drinks, MsRavioli?
I was a bartender and a bar manager, and I waited.
Okay,
tables.
what were you wearing when you were doing this?
I will just tell you the skimpiest thing that I ever wore, and I only did it once. It was one Freaknik. I wore pants that were like lace, and they were high-end pants. So, and what are the little things that go over your nipples?
Oh, so you had the boobies out, and your legs was all out. Okay.
One day, every other day, it was like black shorts, because it was prior to
people are definitely naked in Atlanta right now.
In the clubs as waitresses. Exactly. It was not like that. Like, it was just basically anything black.
More power to you, MsRavioli. But once again, she wasn't saying she was a stripper. She, just served the drinks.
No,
that's
she
what I
is
said.
saying she was not a stripper.
I thought that's what I said, but
ain't no shame in your game. You know what I'm saying? You didn't got to tell us if you was a stripper. I'm just saying.
You can be a liberated black woman.
I was not.
All right, King says no, it's about our daughters. Bumba clot. Horace says, psst, bring back Sok.Kay. Wilson says, I feel you, schoolboy. He's laughing. And Aboriginal Shiamarukan News Press says, let's look at the real, my people. The so-called Hasidic owners of all of these radio stations and marketing strategies push self-hatred towards our people and only want fucking music playing or fuck music playing. King says, no, Logic. The kings of the gatekeepers, the kings are the gatekeepers. They are the gate. You don't play chess. The queen can go all over the board and make any move. So I do play chess, and it was my analogy, young man. So I will say this. When I say the gatekeepers, they are the ones who say yes or no to if the walls were open for you, my nigga, right? If the if the flaps were open for you, that's what I mean. If they are the gatekeepers, they're the ones who say yes or no to you getting a nut from actual intercourse, my dude. If you're a heterosexual man like myself, yes, we should be protecting them, but we are not the gatekeepers of them, of their sexuality. And if you were saying that, then that would give a point to what they're saying, because then they're saying they need to be liberated and be their own gatekeepers, even giving your metaphor the benefit of the doubt. And I don't know if I said this already, but yes, I do play chess. And the king can only move one space at a time. The woman could go over the board, like you said, and that could still be metaphorically taken for what I'm saying. The women are in charge if you're going to have sex with them, period. HB2N says, is there power in making you drain your life force? I think so, because that is your life force. I don't know how you other men feel about it, but that is our life force. And they are also receiving and we are giving. So they have to be careful on what they receive. Steph, you have children. You know how that works, right? You give the semen, they receive it. So they have to protect what they're receiving. No? Because you see you squinting. King also says the king stays castled. We gotta run the board. Okay, we don't run women sexuality though. That's not my point at all. Keenan Khan says I don't get the little baby hype that's coming from a GA boy. Shia Maruka News Press says Roxanne Shante made the record company pay for her tuition to college. That's true. All within her contract that she signed with the record company. So did Queen Latifah. She made her record company pay for her label. HB2N says Keenan Kong said me neither. It's okay. He's okay. Redemption says, oh boy. I'm assuming to my rant earlier. HB2N says, I think it's because he's extra legit in the streets. Speaking of little baby, HB2N says, in chess, you always send out the pawns first. Cardi just a pawn for something much bigger. Brooklyn Honcho says, I love this show. And King, salute to you. And King says, I do not agree. We hold the keys. Once again, we are not in charge of when a woman says yes or no to entering the pearly gates. That is the pearly gates. That is WAP. So basically what I wanted to speak on before we end the show, and what all of these things had in common was black people and white people in some cases being chastised and criticized, sometimes fired, suspended based on things they were saying. Talib Kweli got his Twitter taken from him, which essentially is just a platform to speak, via text. What is your thoughts on PC culture and as it pertains to so-called black people? And do you believe that it pertains to us as much as it should pertain to the white folks? So, for example, you got the white guys getting in trouble for saying nigger, and then you got a cop getting in trouble for speaking up against police brutality. You know what I mean? So what's your thoughts on PC culture and it being racially motivated as well? I'm going to start with Schoolboy.
Well, it is what it is. Words matter. Symbols matter. The connotations of our actions and words matter. And so I take it kind of seriously in terms of PC culture is something of a veil, right? It's something of a veil that keeps people from being uncivilized out in the streets. However, we as citizens and normal people or whatever who aren't on TV or public officials, I think we have the responsibility to pierce that veil and just bring a lot more real things to the fore. So I say that to say this. WAP, it's not politically correct to say that WAP is something that's not an empowerment song for women, but it just is what it is. It's not an empowerment song. I mean, it's empowering when these women who have money from making these type of songs do it. But if a man was like, okay, well, shoot, because WAP is a commodity, I'm gonna go ahead and monopolize or monetize that commodity by pimping. Is that an empowerment thing for him? Because he's able to now, here's my introductory video. Take a look at this video. This is awesome. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and advocate for this WAP. Is that empowering for him? And I see no, right? So yeah. Steph thinks it's empowering. Kay doesn't believe it is. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So I think we have to be. I think that political correctness has its place, but I also think that we have to do a better job of, when political correctness is in that space, you have to do a better job of navigating what the reality of the situation is, because usually fail for something else.
All right, Kay, before you answer the question, we do have a comment speaking to the last guy who was speaking about my take on women being the gatekeepers. So as a woman on this panel who heard my analogy of women being the gatekeepers of the WAP, do you feel, because he said he would love to hear what the queens have to say about the gatekeeper analogy, do you feel that I was spot on that, or do you think I'm wrong? Do you think women are the gatekeepers of the WAP, or do men have the keys, as he said earlier?
No, I just think women are, so not to use any analogy because I just want to, whatever. I just feel like women, this is your body, okay? For the women listening, this is your body. You get to do what you want with your body. Don't let anybody decide for you or do whatever it is that they want to do with your body or tell you how to do things with your body. So I don't think that men hold the keys to anything, because this is not your decision. It's based on the women's decision to do what they want with their body.
So you
That's what I
agree
would
that
say.
women are the gatekeepers of the WAP?
Yeah, but that
No,
doesn't mean that we have to behave in a certain way because we are gatekeepers. No, it's just based on what you said earlier when you were talking about this. You were saying because women are the gatekeepers, what you have in your mind as the idea of a gatekeeper is that there's a certain.
I think the behavior I'm talking about is that it should be exclusive. You know what I mean? Like if
yeah, but that's not how it works in real life all the time. You cannot apply what your I don't know if it's fantasy or what your imagination is about a gatekeeper to everybody. Not all, but like that's the thing.
Right.
It's your perception of what a gatekeeper should be when it comes to that WAP department.
All right. So I mean, of course, like
You
I
can
said,
apply
I
to
was very
everybody.
cool with hoes in my day. So I know women who are very lax at the door with the gatekeeping, but I'm just saying that the valuable WAP.
Why does it have to be valuable WAP against people that are lax at the door? What is it? What is being lax at the door? Because she decides
supply
that she
and demand.
does it. But my thing, right? If I feel like I want to go ahead and do my thing, I can go ahead and do my thing. If I feel like that's not my play, then that's not my play. But nobody should go ahead and tell me, or you're just lax with it, or this is elite WAP.
Wait. So hold on. You said that nobody should do X, Y, and Z if you do X, Y, and Z. So who were you to tell them what they should do in response to what you do?
No. What I'm saying is, you don't get to characterize what a woman is doing with her body, as you are not a woman and you don't have that same body. So therefore, you cannot make decisions based on that body.
That's not the argument. I think that there's a conflation there. So here's the thing that I think Logic is saying. What Logic is saying, and I agree. If there's a woman who says, you know what, I'm gonna save my sexuality for my loved ones and people who love me, that sexuality is more valuable than the hoe that I see on the corner saying I'll hop in the car.
Why is it more valuable?
Because everybody who drives by with their car has access to
but
it.
Who
That's why it's more valuable.
No, but my question is, who decides?
All right, so
it's more valuable.
Hey, I'll take your point. To each his own. Yeah, there's some men that will definitely marry community pussy even. So I mean, I'll take it. You know, it's to each his own. To each his own. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But you do agree with me that woman is up to the woman, right? Yes.
Yeah, but we're just gonna disagree because this is
That's fine. I don't know exactly how you're taking what I'm saying that's making you so. I heard what you're saying, but you know, I'm going to take your point. The beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and if she wants to be a prostitute and still be of value, she should still be of value. So I'll take it.
Wow.
Yeah,
The fact that you're even saying this is just like people have value, whatever.
Hey, he just spoke of the woman on the street selling.
I'm just
cars.
saying anybody has value.
That is
That's
a
all I'm
prostitute.
saying.
Kay, that is a prostitute. I did not call her a hoe.
No, that's not the okay. My issue right here is not the fact that you what? That's not it. What I'm saying is anybody has value, and the fact that you're saying if she wants to be a prostitute and still hold value, that's the issue. That's the wording that you.
She does have value.
No, because what it means is that you're trying to say that this person has less value because of what they're doing than the other person, which is not true. You're still alive. You're still a human. That's what you
have
said.
value, but everything. We don't live in a world. This is a planet that has a North Pole and a South Pole. You know what I'm saying? Not everything is always equal.
I'm
like
just saying,
this thing.
and that's my issue right now with what you're saying is the fact that you're saying, oh, she's a prostitute and still wants to hold value. That is,
she has value, but she's not as valuable as.
You know what?
Her...
I'm just gonna disagree with you. You want to think that she's not as valuable? Cool. You want to put price on humans' lives?
Because it's true.
It's
I'm an insurance agent. We put prices on people's lives every single day.
Okay, and I don't think it's cool, but cool.
All right. So, like I said, I agree with you. I didn't agree in the way you would like to hear it. But like I said, if a prostitute is value too, yes, power to, that. But I don't know if Kay, are you still here? You just get a phone call.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. But let's speak to the PC culture. We kind of went left engaging in the comments.
You didn't allow me to answer.
We didn't get to you yet, so I would love
okay.
on that too when we get to you. But I need to hear how you feel about political correctness and as it regards to so-called quote unquote black people.
Political correctness. Okay, I live in Canada, right, which is a very politically correct country for the people that don't know. Come from France, we're not very politically correct. We just tell it like it is. I prefer telling it like it is. That's just me personally. I do feel like you need to be careful about what you say in terms of hurting people, because it's important to be mindful of your words. But at the same time, I'd rather tell it like it is. Is just always better in my opinion, because then it could backfire on you when you try and be too PC and you try and compromise your words too much. Then it might backfire on you, and a couple years later they're like, oh, but is this you when you said this and this and that a couple years back? So yeah.
So you think black people should be politically correct? Does that
No, I just think it depends on the situation.
On the situation. All right, fair enough. MsRavioli, before we go to Steph, MsRavioli, go ahead. Before you talk about the PC, all women the gatekeepers of the WAP. Go ahead.
I do believe that women are the gatekeepers. However, understand that sometimes the keys to the gate are snatched up and stolen. I really think that men don't have a clear understanding of how women pick and choose who they do and do not want to be with. Just because a woman is with a lot of different people doesn't mean that she will be with everyone. Mm-hmm. So, and I don't know if that's understood by the males.
That's a good point. That's a real good point. Yeah, that's a real good point. Yeah, absolutely. So now that you said that, how do you feel in regards to PC culture and as it regards to black people as opposed to the white news reporters and the white officers and all the the white community as a whole?
I believe I kind of believe it doesn't matter if you're politically correct or not as an African American. If they want to attack you, they will attack you. You could be as politically correct as anyone, but I believe that you should just know the law. That helps more than anything else. Know the law, know what you signed up for and what you did not sign up for before you take actions, especially if they are drastic or if they will be publicized in a great way.
Right. Okay. Fair. Steph, PC culture, as in regards to us as a people. You're a comedian. You're black, quote unquote black, right? So, what's your thoughts on PC culture as it pertains to black folk?
As it just pertains directly to black people,
Oh,
I think we're going to.
nah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
We're going to get the backlash of this, right? Because if the white man got to change what he's doing, best believe black people are going to have to follow suit. Just like you seen David Duke get banned, you seen Richard Spencer get banned, Donald Trump lost his Twitter account. So did they also banned the Honorable Minister Farrakhan. We can't forget this, right? Like myself, I'm of course I'm not nowhere near as famous as these people are, or even famous, but I've been blocked for dumb shit. I been gone for Facebook in Facebook jail for days for the slightest infractions, and then like I guess because I'm not really famous for real, no one really cares. So if I disagree with their rule, it is what it is. So man, it's a necessary evil. Like I feel like it's necessary in some sense, but at the same time, I feel like it's there. Sometimes it's served a little heavy-handed. Like I think banning Talib Kweli from Twitter for good was a little bit much, but is they shit. So what can we say?
Right. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna read some of these comments and I'm gonna go into what I had to say about the whole thing. And let me see if I can get to where we left off. Yeah, so King says, I don't agree. We hold the keys. I think I might have read that already. Then we answered that. He said, I would love to hear what the queens have to say about gatekeepers, not what Logic thinks about WAP. The Aboriginal She Amarukan News Press says, dope show. Salute to you. I appreciate that. King says, I don't hear women disagreeing. Well, if you listen, they definitely agree that they are the gatekeepers of the WAP. So Kalia says, I agree with the Aboriginal about the media. They push negativity into our communities more than positivity. And King says, there's levels to this king shit. Some kings don't know how to run the board. Okay, fam. OGP says, to be fair, if you only focus on the bad shit, like inferring quid pro quo, but knowing and talking to women who generally be settling for less, I've definitely seen some reclaim their time. That's empowering. Horace says, speak on it, Sok.Kay. And King says, you're a keyhole, mommy queen. We are the key. They're more than a keyhole, my man, but that's your metaphor. That's your metaphor. Then he goes on to say, uh-oh, Logic. I guess I was getting banged on at that part. And then he says, Steph is stupid. I don't think Steph is stupid because you don't agree with him. Doesn't mean he's stupid. Once again, you will more times hear people you don't agree with on this show. But we like for you to come to your own strong conclusion. And not about us as a people, but on these actual situations we're talking about, the actual subtext, the actual topic at hand, which right now is about PC culture as it pertains to us as a people. HB2N said the marketplace. And then HB2N says the sexual marketplace value is a real thing. King Soul says, just listen to me, Logic. There's a reason you had to be good with hoes. So I guess he was like paraphrasing. Or I don't know, but the reason I was good with hoes, sir, is because I never judged them. I never made them feel like I judged them for being a hoe, and I treated them like a person, like a valuable person, like Kay was saying, and they rewarded me. They rewarded me because, like MsRavioli said, just because they're a hoe don't mean they're going to reward everybody with the WAP. So I was a recipient of the WAP for my non-judgmental stance. But if I am being honest, you know what I mean? I said what I said on the show, and that's also coming with me growing up or whatever. So whatever. HB2N said Kay is saying a wife who is only been with her husband has the same value as a prostitute who probably has herpes. Is that what you're saying, Kay?
I'm saying we're not about to be out here debating if a human life has the same value as another human life. So I don't care if the prostitute has herpes or not, or if somebody's been married only with her husband. That has nothing to do with the fact that this person's life has value.
Well put, Kay. Well put. And I think your point is duly noted. And I will say I agree with that. But I will say that there are plenty of men who will not marry the prostitute with herpes. So I will say that much. But there are some that will. There are some that will. So there's somebody for everybody. So, but good point, Kay. Good point. Good question, HB2N as well. King Soul says, damn, Logic, let the sister speak on the gatekeeper. Don't run now. I mean, I didn't run. They agreed with me. So I don't know what you heard. They agree with me. HB2N says, feminism, unfortunately, is based on feelings, not logic. And Kalia says, MsRavioli has a good point. King says, you're reading the comments late, Logic. I said he was stupid after Steph did his finger snaps. Okay, so he was laughing at him. Okay, that's what's up. So my take on PC culture as it pertains to black people and quote unquote black people, that'll be another show. We can speak about the whole black thing too. But I don't think it's for us at all. I don't think we should have to adhere to it. I do agree with Steph. Steph made a good point when he says that the more the white people get penalized for things that they say and do, they're going to run down on us as well. But I don't think that it should pertain to us. And here's why. I have people in my family who are white. They tell me stories about, things that happen in the white community. I know I have friends that are white as well. I know that may sound bugged out to some of you, you know what I mean? But it's true. And I'm speaking my truth. So I know white people and I know people who give me their firsthand take on how their community is. And then, of course, I have my experience. And, of course, my experience is not the experience of every person who's from a so-called black neighborhood. However, I don't see the same oppression on both sides. So, for example, we don't systematically, suppress anybody. We haven't killed a gang of white people and took their land. We don't beat up on, there's a lot of talk about like the LGBT thing, and there's a lot of push on us as black people to accept them. But in my opinion, growing up, I never seen us not accept gay people. I seen quite the contrary, in fact. So yeah, people use these derogative terms a lot as, when talking to each other, and dudes tell each other, suck my dick. Dudes call each other, faggots and all this type of thing as a sign of disrespect. However, it's not my experience that in the hood, they go after, homosexual people and beat them up and terrorize them. You know what I mean? We had a show in the past where Schoolboy talked about a sexual fetish. I want to say maybe that he wanted to get checked off his list. With the quadruple amputee episode. and I kind of got people that got at me behind the scenes and.
Hold on. I gotta clarify that before we go any further. We're not just gonna skip over that. All right. So I didn't say that it was my fetish.
It was on a bucket list. It was on the bucket list.
No. I said that she probably.
Okay. Leave it there. What we said, whatever was said on the show was
You
something.
said
Hold on. Leave it there. What we're gonna say is that is what triggered some people I know who happen to be white, and it made me think of this even more then, right? So basically, my thing is, we don't demonize and or terrorize people who are handicapped in my hood or in other communities like mine. I've never seen that. In fact, I've seen quite the opposite. I've seen us treat people who were mentally challenged, physically challenged with high respect. You better not fuck with them, or people won't fuck with you. Yeah, we might beef with each other based on stupid shit like what neighborhood you from. But if you fuck with that person because, they're, weak or, disabled or even short. I seen a lot of dudes in my hood get a pass for being short. Whereas if you was tall enough, you get your ass jumped in a minute. But if you short, you better leave shorty alone. You know what I'm saying? Even if we all the same age. So I think that the whole reason for PC culture is to put the people who are systematically being predators in check. And that's just not us. That's not us at all. I don't see that for my people. I see us as a loving people. We more time, like I said, I've even seen in my high school, I seen a homosexual dude in a dress beat the shit out of a dude. Whereas if me and that same dude was fighting, I probably would have got jumped by his boys. But when he was fighting the homosexual kid with the dress, they let it rock, man. If you can't beat him, that's on you, bro. And he lost. He lost that fight to a dude in a dress. You know what I mean? So I feel like the PC culture being used towards our people is bullshit and just another form of oppression, silencing us. You know what I mean? Because we all know that our voices are important. And then and when it comes to white folks, they need to be PC. They need to be police with some of the things they do and or say, because they systematically not only oppress us, but they beat each other up for being, crippled or slow or being homosexual. You know what I'm saying? That's some shit that happens in their community. In our community, we don't fight over these things. And that's my experience. So I want to know, what's your experience, Schoolboy? What's your experience, MsRavioli? Sok.Kay, if you can hear me. Steph, do you agree with that? How do you feel about that, starting with Schoolboy?
How do I feel about that I think white people need to be under the political
right. That's
correctness?
White people. That's really for them, especially when them trying to prove they're not racist half the time and things like that.
Yeah, and another thing. So here's the thing: they should be politically correct because that's their version of them being on code politically. The issue with us practicing political correctness is that we are not politically sophisticated. If the Democrats come out and say, "Hey, we got a bag of dog shit over here that we need y'all to vote for," a lot of black people are going to be like, "Vote blue, no matter what," which is unfortunate. That shows you how unsophisticated we are as an electorate. So us being politically correct ain't really going to do nothing but have us doing what we've been doing, which is voting for people who don't have our interests in mind. When they're politically correct, they're actually hiding the danger of their policies that end up hurting black people. We need to find a way to get a little bit more politically astute so that when we do practice political correctness, it not only is effective for us, so that it hides our true intent, if that intent is to empower ourselves through obstruction from the more dominant power, or if that intent is just to hide the fact that we're going to be voting for a specific candidate. So, if somebody asks me, are you going to vote for Biden this? Here goes me being politically correct. Are you voting for Biden this year? I'm open to the possibility of voting for Biden. I want to see what he's going to say about the interests that I have. And those interests, I'll keep to myself. I'll just let him speak to his platform and respond based on how his platform relates to my issues. That's political correctness. Being politically incorrect is I'm not fighting for nobody white. All right.
Copy that. MsRavioli, your take on political correctness as it pertains to us and what I just said. Do you feel that? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? What do you think? Do we have to be politically correct, or is that just something that for the people who have the systemic power in this society? Hold on.
I believe it's for the people that have.
Yeah,
Can
you're
you hear
good. You're
me?
good. Sorry about that.
I believe that people outside of African Americans hold the power. So until, like Schoolboy said, we become sophisticated and actually understand how to use political correctness to our advantage, it does not
Right.
aid us at
Right.
all.
Kay, I don't know if you heard me. I see you got probably had a phone call there. But basically I was saying that I don't believe political correctness is for quote unquote black people. I believe that the people who have systemic power have to be checked. And I also went on to say, in my community and some of the other ones I've frequent, black people, we don't, even though we say certain derogative terms about gay people, but we're not talking. Well, terms that are made for gay people, we don't bang on gay people in our community. You know what I mean? We don't chase them out. You know what I mean? I never seen a gay guy get jumped in my community, or I said a story which was quite the opposite, where he fought a guy who would normally jump guys, and his guys stood out of it, and he lost the fight. Right. So I don't see us getting at people for being handicapped. I even said made an example of people being short getting a pass. So I see that we get at each other over different things, but the things that politically correctness is aimed towards, for example, calling people midgets and talking about people for their sexuality and all this type of thing. I don't think that's really a problem in our community as it is in white community.
I don't agree. I think it's everywhere. Especially, I mean, I really don't agree, especially because recently there was, especially on my social media, there was a lot of conversation regarding that. And the energy that I was seeing is definitely not what you're describing. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I feel like not all Black people discriminate against, I guess, LGBTQ community or other things, but also there's some people that do discriminate against. I'm not going to stay any long. I can't stay that long because I have to go record another show, guys. But before I leave, I just wanted to say, in response to what you said, I feel like everybody, regardless of their skin color, race, or anything, should be politically correct to a certain extent. I don't think it just applies to white people, because that would be disregarding the fact that non-white people, Black people, and other POCs are also discriminating against other people. I mean, especially among ourselves and among other groups. So I just feel like it's just for everybody. It's not just for one specific group of people.
So I know you have to go, but I just want to address one thing. So you spoke of things you've seen on your timeline. So once again, that's conversation. But I'm talking about like in white communities where they literally bully and beat each other up based on who's homosexual.
I mean, they do that too. I'm from the Caribbean. They do that in the Caribbean too, and we Black too. You know what I mean? Like we do that too.
So I know
it's everywhere.
I was going to ask you about that. So is that your experience? You see them get beat up?
I've seen people get beat up. I've seen people talk about we need to burn people from the LGBTQ community. I've heard people in my family talk about one of my cousins that is gay, talk all kinds of stuff about him. I mean, let's not act like Black people do not discriminate against each other based on like their sexual preferences or other things like that. That would be completely, literally, that would just be erasing the existence of these problems when they do exist. So I just feel like being politically correct applies to everybody.
No, you said that. I just want to respond to what you said because I know you got it. So I do understand that it can happen, but when you speak about the Caribbean as well, so your experience is your experience. I definitely can't tell you what your experience is. However, I don't think it's as prevalent is what I'm saying. And even when you speak of the Caribbean, we hear in reggae music, Bun Batiman and all this type of thing, right? But at the end of the day, some of these guys be the same ones that be, be gay and on the low and colorful hair and tight pants and weave in their head and everything else. And even in Jamaica, the Dons, the so-called, they're Dons that run communities that are gangsters, well-known OG gangsters that are gay and don't get bun, batiman, and none of that shit. Just like you hear them bun people who whiten their skin, but it still happens. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if it happens at the same rate, but that's just been my experience. So good.
Yeah. Well, I just think it should apply to everybody. That's just my opinion. On that note, I really gotta go, guys.
Thank you for your time. The audience definitely wants to see you come back.
Thank you so much for having me. It was fun.
I hope it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, and I guess we'll see each other another time.
Yes.
All right.
Bye, have a good one. Have a good show.
Bye.
Peace. Steph, thoughts on the topic at hand. And ladies and gentlemen, that was Kay. Sok.Kay. All right, go ahead, Steph.
I do think it's a little odd, like you were saying, that a group of oppressed people is being told to be politically correct. Other than that, I don't have. It's just something. It ain't nothing but something to get used to at this point. You know it's coming. You can't fight it. It's going. It's like I said. It's gonna hit us. It's gonna hit us hard. We're not gonna see it. It's gonna be little shit we ain't know. Like Schoolboy said, it's about not politically knowledgeable, let alone politically correct. So It is what it is. You gonna see a lot of niggas losing their job. I'm not even gonna be allowed to say nigga no more. I'm gonna have to cut that out soon. But
right. So once again, I think I made my point. You know, I stated it on the platform, on my public platform. So I'm glad I was able to do that. I love the fact that everybody doesn't agree. I appreciate Kay's point a lot. But you know, me personally, I haven't seen us like physically bully people in our communities for being different. You know what I mean? Like it's not a common occurrence. Oh, he's slow or he's crippled, so I'm gonna put hands on him. You're liable to get hands put on you for trying to talk, or not even trying to talk, for putting hands on somebody who's weaker than you, shorter than you, handicapped. People who are homosexual in the hood. Yeah, people talk a lot of shit about, you know, use a lot of gay slurs as, you know, common talk, but in reality, the people in my hood who was homosexual were homosexual and comfortable. they never had to worry about walking down the street. Whereas, you know, and I haven't seen a movie. I forget the movie. I think it was literally called The Bully. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen this movie? I think it was a white kid movie where this kid was bullying his white homeboy, and he forced him to do gay shit because he was gay and he didn't want to be gay. You know what I mean? Like that's like a white community story, in my opinion. I never heard of no shit like that in my community. You know what I'm saying? I never, you know, seen anybody get away with beating up somebody that's too short, handicapped, gay, any of that. So if we decide to talk shit about these people, if we decide to have jokes and treat them like a normal person by having jokes on them, that should be harmless. You know what I'm saying? That's not the same as putting hands on them and oppressing them. You know what I mean? But let me go to the rest of these comments. And HB2N says, Schoolboy, whoa, quadruple amputee, Schoolboy too loose. Now, what episode was that? Steph, you remember what episode that was?
I don't. It was like early. This is like episode 6, something, 6 or 7,
maybe 10.
Maybe 10. Yeah, it was. It was a. We get wild. We got a crazy archive here. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of.
Don't mischaracterize my words. I never said that I wanted to take advantage of some woman who didn't have arms or legs. I just said.
I don't think it was take advantage. You said.
Right.
You did say, like you said, they need love too, and I think you was offering it. I'm pretty sure you was offering it.
I'm definitely offering it. She's a very beautiful woman. I mean, she needs some help. I got some help for her.
And you did say it was on your bucket list. That is a fact.
It's possible I said that. It is definitely possible.
All right, we're gonna leave it there. C-Dot says, Schoolboy, what? And then she put
me on mute.
Slim says, Schoolboy on some other shit. C-Dot says, I agree with Schoolboy. We need to educate ourselves. HB2N says, feminism is just globalism. The end goal is bringing everyone together under the law of love. Do as thou wilt. Aleister Crowley's dream come true. And if you don't know who Aleister Crowley is, do some homework on him. I believe he's basically somebody who's prevalent in the occult, I believe. So HB2N, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Horace says, shit, I used to bully a kid that looked like Radio. So explain to us what bullying mean. Did that mean you used to joke on him, or did you used to actually put hands on him? Because in my hood, if you put hands on a guy who was crippled or, you know, slow or anything like that, you're liable to get fucked up. And that
asked me for that one.
Yeah, that's a fact. And Keenan says, you said that, Schoolboy. Laugh out loud. So yeah, man, I had a great time. We went over. I'm gonna have to break this down into 2 actual not episodes, but shows in the long run. As you know, the program I use, which is StreamYard, it does a lot of great things, but then sometimes it only lets half of the conversation be seen until it renders in YouTube's system. So you might have to refresh or come back. But as far as everybody that's here live, it's all about you. It's all about the live views. But I appreciate the people who watch the rebroadcast as well. I really do. I want to thank you, Grapes to Sleep, aka Sleazy Aki, for the donation I received on Cash App.
Appreciate it, bro.
Yep, Schoolboy appreciates it well. Definitely, we will be back tomorrow with some more craziness that hit the news. We have half of the stories we want to talk about today. we didn't even address. So we definitely got some content for you tomorrow. Once again, my apologies about not being here yesterday, but I wasn't at 100%. And I'm just going to be truthful with you. I recently went on a little couple-day excursion to a state where the cannabis is recreational, and I brung back some edibles, and I was out of it.
Man, it's too high to get on the show.
I was definitely out of it. It would have been no real morning rant. It would have been the morning ramble. You know what I mean? So thank you, MsRavioli, for pulling up. I hope you had a good time today on today's show. Thank you, Steph. You know what I mean? Schoolboy. I really want to thank also. I really want to thank Kay. Kay was a great addition to the show. I really do hope she comes back, despite my gatekeeper comments, even though she agreed with that. Despite my, I thought I was being liberal when I spoke of being cool with hoes and things like that. But prostitution, power too, and all that. Prostitutes are people too. So I agree. Kay sold me. How about that? Kay sold me. I love
hoes.
Yeah. Like JT Money said, I love hoes. Hoes love me. And this has been the morning rant. I'm gonna play a few songs based on the topic. I like to play some songs after this. So I'm gonna play a song from Mr. Motherfucking Esquire where he talks about getting blocked on Instagram. I'm gonna play some sexually liberating music from Baby Mother, an artist that I discovered, and I think she's dope. Baby Mother. She's if you like women taking control over their sexuality and or womanhood, Baby Mother is example of that. And I'm gonna read some of these last comments before I get out of here. Before we get out of here, Keenan says, well, we read that already. King says, great show. Salute to the panel. Salute to you, sir. Thank you for being on the check-in. I appreciate all your comments. C-Dot says, Ja was high. That's a fact. You can add one more high to that. I woke up high. The edibles was from the day before. I woke up high. Shit was crazy. And Redemption says, edibles catch up real quick. That's a fact, especially when made really well. So once again, this has been the morning rant. We appreciate everybody on the check-in. And we will see you tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow. We'll be here for you. Salute. This is Mr. Motherfucking Esquire. Some wise quote Drake never said. And apologize for that quick slip up. I know some of you still here because the music is always fire at the end of the show, but we're going to get back to the music. Once again, this is Mr. Motherfucking Esquire. Some wise quote Drake never said. And we will play some music by Baby Mother once again after Mr. Motherfucking Esquire. So thank you once again. And while we at it, let's read this last comment. Keenan Collins says, MsRavioli looks like she just worked 36 hours straight. You guys are ruthless. All right, guys. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yeah. So we're not going to do that. MsRavioli not here to defend herself. So let's go into Mr. Motherfucker Esquire. This shit is hot. Check this shit out. All right.
This bitch gonna delete me off her Facebook. Talking about every time she look at my picture, it remind her how we was cheating. Well, she was cheating on her man with me. So I ain't got no time for that stupid shit. Fucking bitch. Passion. I ain't gonna rap yet. Hold that. Hold that one. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. I ain't gonna rap yet. I ain't gonna rap it. Alpha 5, yeah. Alpha 5. This nigga usually staring at me and shit. Yeah. First I fill the swimming pool and I dive in it. A pussy so good I nearly died in it. But the mother niggas I ride for my niggas. Watch the shit you say, you could die over lyrics. Heard your little shot at me, but nah, I ain't care, bitch. Might throw my 607s on with the clear tints. Slim Latin bitch, and she pulling out her hairpins. Got a fat ass, but she kinda got some square hips. Tried to fuck her home, girl, she said that she don't share dick. Fucked her anyway, real bitches gon' share dick. Life is a buffet, I'm just trying to get my share of it. At night before I pray, I put my pistol where my pillow is. Ooh, I got bass, I got bass, I got bass. If you ain't talking no money, get the fuck from out my face. I was busted just 2 years ago, and now I'm getting cake. Been homeless just 2 years ago, and now I got a deal. I suck at monogamy, it's something that's inside of me. This pussy be dividing me. I need a lobotomy, I knocked the bottom out of it. Made a bunch of dollars, lot of progress from a project. You no telling where I'd probably be. Blood on Rikers Island, be that past the block with bookie suit, whoop, kinda G. Motherfucker alphabet, motherfucker consonant. Fuck Wall Street and every cracker that's attached to it. Motherfucker beating every flat foot, walking in, walking like I talk it, bitch. Talking shit, I chalk you, bitch. On my walkie-talkie, Frankenstein mixed with frankincense and myrrh. I be slurring my words all down. Damn, I'm on some other shit. Damn, I'm underrated. Shh, don't tell nobody, that's gonna sound like some hating shit. Jason Collins flagrant shit. Am I allowed to say that yet? My favorite salad Caesar with a little bit of bacon, bitch. Don't tell my OGs, but I be eating bacon, bitch. Assalamu alaikum, y'all be faking with that praying shit. Can't wear a kufi when you pray in Jesus. Why you? Let me stop.
Schools train people to be ignorant with style. They give you the equipment that you need to be a functional ignoramus. American schools do not equip you to deal with things like logic. They don't give you the criteria by which to judge between good and bad in any medium or format. And they prepare you to be a usable victim for a military-industrial complex that needs manpower. As long as you're just smart enough to do a job and just dumb enough to swallow what they feed you, you're going to be all right. But if you go beyond that, you're going to have these grave doubts that give you stomach problems, headaches, make you want to go out and do something else. So I believe that schools mechanically and very specifically try and breed out any hint of creative thought in the kids that are coming up.
Someone needs help customizing it. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
Yeah. I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. No, you can't smoke me out, just $100 bill me. These niggas kill me, acting like I owe them something. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
Yeah. I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. No, you can't smoke me out, just $100 bill me. These niggas kill me, acting like I owe them something. A grown woman, I won't sacrifice myself for nothing. I'm going places, making plays, I got a bigger vision. I'm tired of $20 booty calls and supervision. You was a star until you went and tried to play the moon. You broke my heart and then I turned into a fucking goon. Yeah, I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. No, you can't take me out, I can't show you the real me. Smoking Colorado dope, keep your mid-grade dick. Burning money all week on my hot girl shit. I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. I've been my own fucking shooter for a while. Bitch, it's funny style, acting like a child. I got 4 of those. I'm not trying to keep up competition with you silly hoes. Beefing over clothes, hating from outside the club, cause they niggas show me love as if he could ever handle me. I can't take your nigga, but that shit don't take away from you. These niggas never bout it, better love on you, more better boo. Tell them I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. Yeah, you can take me out the hood, but bitch, I'm still me. I'm not gonna switch up my persona for no white folks. I'm not gonna bite or swallow tongues, cause bitch, I might choke. I need a whip that's clean enough to check my makeup in. Cause you know mirrors treat you better than a fucking friend. They blending in so they be eggy when you standing out. We're supposed to shine together, now you acting cubic. I'm a diamond, I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. I put it on him when I want it and he pay me. He don't like my pockets empty, he don't play me. But he won't keep me cause I can't give him a baby. Fuck it, I'm a bad bitch, nigga, you can't kill me. I used to dream about the day that you would kill me. Was trying to feel you, but you wasn't the real you. You gotta FaceTime your kids and I know that ain't cool. Keep niggas out from around my kids because they never stay. It ain't no Uncle Mike, no mama's friend, no Uncle Ray. I gotta look out for my little ones, that's fucking game. I put a hole in you for one of them, it ain't a thing. Keep niggas from around my kids because they never stay. It ain't no Uncle Mike, no mama's friend, no Uncle Ray. I gotta look out for my little ones, that's fucking game. I put a hole in you for one of them, it ain't a thing, bitch.
Hi, it's Stacey Abrams. There is a huge fundraising deadline coming up for Senate Democrats, and they need your help right now if they're going to meet it. I'm asking you to donate now to help flip the Senate.
This bitch. Bitch gon' block me on Instagram. Hey yo, gals. Hey fucking bitch gon' block me on Instagram. Talk about your real shit. I don't even know what the bitch was talking about. Bitch just blocked me. I'll take that one, gals. I'll take that one. Yeah. But y'all, man, ain't none of y'all niggas fucking with me, man. Y'all know it. Everybody know it. And if you don't know it, real recognize real. So if you can't see I'm that nigga, what are you? On the palm digging in the dollar bag of Doritos. Had a dinner over your head, every was dinosaur. Sorry I ain't cold once I crawl in your jaw, but you still on my IG, your ass fat as fuck. So clapping at the Rubicons, fuck laws, fucking fuck y'all, spit it y'all cute. Mutated Zulu warrior on the juice. Cool of his news, dude, you in the coop. Be more accent, I do what I do. You was sipping on the stew, I was ripping at the roof. 4 years later, look, oh, you don't hit my line, I'm not fucking with you. Who? I'm back, new and improved. And you come against the crew, bang, zoom to the moon. Poof, my new Timberland, sharp truth. I don't really know the color, but I think that's the blue. Couple YouTubes, think I'm blue. niggas got dropped from my deal, but at least that's over. Niggas said it's over for me, that shit was funny to me. Yeah, y'all heard nigga first, y'all gotta fuck with me. That's just Sicilian. Shot my nigga Hilly. He told me get revenge like Marcus Aurelius. Jolly G Willigers, I'm black and militant. If it's not nigga shit, I do not feel a shit. Y'all say I'm ignorant, I know I'm brilliant. Smarter than y'all, probably just hit this shit. Smarter than Nicholas Tesla, Albert Einstein, Dr. Robotnik, man. All of them niggas shit. I'm just the shittiest, I'm just the illest. Can try if you might, but you'll never get rid of me. Never, never, ever, ever, forever. I'll be clever, ever see letting my essence bliss. Effervescence, melanin issues, that's just the pepper. See, edges, sketches, Sega Genesis. Tyler Quali, suck the etches. Getting off my wretched with syphilis. Been the frustration, I've been through my pistol, my instrument of destruction. The Asian and chaos, I love it, I'm bugging. It's nothing to fuck with. It's either a diss or your face, which is nothing. Got a bunch of people on my fuck list. Fuck, bitch, fuck, bitch, fuck, fast, fuck, 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 bill already fucked the bitch. I'm supposed to say the strip, get out on till I'm fuck. Silence. Fuck everybody, y'all don't need nobody. I'ma do it my way, my nigga, y'all just, we got it. When I started rhyming, shit was only just a hobby. Niggas trying to set a corner and they never thought they had me on. Now when niggas trying to show the hoes on my phone, I got it. I'ma finish right now. Gold, my piranha, all fangs like Barack off the top row. Chop a nigga brain like Tatanka. I'm a zeitgeist, a centerfold, Bazilla, synthesizer. 11 chain, rockin' flaming lion out the Congo. An anaconda swinging on my thighs, where live boys alive. While you missed it with the mind of a cyclone. An autism, bit to Frankenstein that combines all the childish delicious and the witches pot of styrofoam. Switch it with a little gin, a bit of sinister, the funny critics. Know that I'm a nigga, but they won't admit it. I'ma kill him in a million ways. Just get it, but it's only one way to die. And I'ma live forever. I will not crumble. I will not crumble. I will not crumble. I will not. I'm gonna rumble. I'm gonna rumble. I'm gonna rumble. I will fly. I will not crumble. I will not crumble. I will not crumble. I will not. I'm gonna rumble. I'm gonna rumble. I'm gonna rumble. I will fly.
Preacher, but there's a old boy behind it. It has to be so strong that when people hear it, they can't stray from it. You understand me? Yeah. Because only the truth can't die. You can tell 50 fucking lies different ways. But I guarantee you one thing, the truth, only one way you can tell it. You understand that? I totally understand you, Dad. Alright. So, that's all that wrong. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you too, Pop. Sorry your city's so freaking cold.
Who starts it?
Losing sleep, I can't afford to lose, but he don't give a fuck. He be laying up with other hoes, yeah, he be acting up. I told him if I catch him with that bitch, I got the grip. I got me and all my bitches on the highway, ride. Tryna find my nigga in his other bitch, slide. Me and all my bitches on the highway, ride. Bitchin' about my nigga in his other bitch, slide. We gon' act a donkey on this monkey and her mama them. I'ma act a fool, that's what you take me for. I open the door, I let niggas slide. I all the favors, all the love labels. I buy all the nine laters. I be on they neck like rent is money now and never later. Even let you put in my ass, you could've masturbated. Now you out here kicking back with other ladies, boy, you crazy. I got me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Tryna find my nigga and his other bitch, slide. Me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Bitchin' about my nigga and his other bitch, slide. I got me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Tryna find my nigga and his other bitch, slide. Me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Bitchin' about my nigga and his other bitch, slide. Riding past your mama house, I don't mean no disrespect. I can't even lie, my bitches been ready to break your neck. They ain't tied to you, they tied they shoes and take they earrings out. If I catch my name up in her mouth, she get the second round. Hands on, put your pants on, I got moves to make. Fuck up out my face, up out my living space, you just a waste. I can't waste my waist, my thighs, my time, and all my energy. Trying to keep a nigga who not just for me. Loser if you loser, cause it's cheaper just to keep her. I'll admit that I'm a movie, but I don't come with a sequel now. Run into my people, then I really wish you well. They gon' run up in your spot, and I'ma see that ass in hell, yeah. Why you gotta lie about a bitch? Ain't no secrets, boy, it's been a while. I am not a child, and boy, them fairy tales just ain't my style. Happily ever after turns to better after all. I be wishing I ain't need you, and I don't if I can't have it all. Got me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Tryna find my nigga and his other bitch, slide. Me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Bitchin' about my nigga and his other bitch, slide. I got me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Tryna find my nigga and his other bitch, slide. Me and now my bitches on the highway, right? Bitchin' about my nigga and his other bitch, slide.
This is urgent.
Right now, fuck nigga. Fire, nigga. I'm on fire right now, fuck nigga. I had the niggas come back, nigga. Niggas thought it was over with for me, nigga. Y'all tried to count me out, nigga. I ain't forgot about that shit. Y'all niggas think I forgot, nigga. I ain't forgot about none of that shit. So I'm back with a chip on my fucking shoulder, nigga.
Wrote this with my eyes closed, or rose in Moscato. Intuition, inner visions flow from out the capo. Niggas ask me how I made it, I be dead if I know. I just went with my soul, and the rest just follow. She's a good girl, fuck that bitch, I'd rather deal with dollars. Say no to CashApp, I ain't tricking, bitch, you must be psycho. But I'm prone to lie though, just don't tell all my bros. I roll gelato in the Bronto, so I got the sky clothes. Damn, it's raining, grab my cane and pass my Prada poncho. The boots was leather with the tassels, those the Randy Macho. Goggles, Ferragamo, condos big as Costco. I pop the rhino, then she swallow like it's Mr. Sacco. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. Modern life like Rocco, but I still pray to Shango. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. I devour my goals, and that's word to Gaucho. Rebel, outlaw, reckless, vato, ghetto, desperado. Aim the Draco, eating tacos, take your breath like tacos. Adjacent to Van Gogh, I'm chasing my shadow. The pain is the shackle, embrace it for battle. In the gym for 7 weeks, I feel like Boris Kojo. I mean Cujo with a new hoe, sober watching Kuso. With my old hoe, I forgot I fucked my hoes in duos. Football throws in 2 hoes. Loopholes, Albert Pujols. That piece of coupon for designer Gucci coat was 2-tone. School old Parasuco. Shoot like Tony Kukoc. Bitch, I'm a Samson, no Delilah. Put that on my tombstone. Mirror, mirror, who's the illest? Please don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the realest? Wait, don't tell me I know. Mirror, mirror, who's the rarest? Please don't tell me I know. I devour my goals, and that's worth the gauchos.
Fire, nigga. I'm on fire right now, fuck, nigga. I had the niggas come back, nigga. Niggas thought it was over with for me, nigga. Y'all tried to count me out, nigga. I ain't forgot about that shit. Y'all niggas think I forgot, nigga. I ain't forgot about none of that shit. So I'm back with a chip on my